CISD. Today's meeting, July 20th, 2020. All 7 members present. This is CISD. Today's meeting, July 20th, 2020. All 7 members present. We could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. We will begin with public forum. We have one speaker, Lupe Carvajal.
I can barely.
Will you please approach the podium?
Mr. Carvajal's on his way up as the first public speaker.
Yeah, but I can barely hear.
Clem's?
I can barely hear Ms. Cantu.
Yeah.
Board members, Superintendent, I'm here on item 7B. My name is Guadalupe Carvajal. I am with the San Marcos chapter of the American GI Forum.
Mr. Carvajal, are you ready to begin?
I
think the technology department has to unmute that screen.
I'm hearing a little,
Echo, yeah.
I'm getting old, I can't hear very well. Somebody, anyway, speaking here, what?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm with the San Marcos chapter of the American GI Forum, and hopefully we can have an election in November. There are no guarantees with everything that's going on. However, the San Marcos chapter of the American GI Forum has met, and they concur that we would love to have an election in November so that new board members can come on board. We've notified our attorneys, I believe notified the attorneys for the school district. I think some documents have been forwarded and signed, and let's just go have a good and safe election. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you.
With that, we're ready to begin our reports and information items. We will start with the construction update. Mr. Sandoval, are you present?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Well, good evening. Board President, Trustees, Mr. Cardona, my name is Bernie Sandoval. I'm going to be delivering the construction update for the 2017 bond project. Certainly much has transpired since the last time I was in front of y'all. But once again, I think the focus for the board is obviously the deadlines and the budget. So I'm going to review that in this presentation. We're going to jump into the budget. First off, it's in line with last month's budget, although you'll see a reduction in savings. A lot of that is coming from the high school, the 3 roofs projects on the 3 elementary campuses, and then also with Rodriguez, the new elementary finishing up. So we're starting to see a lot of those invoices come in. Just a thought moving ahead, if you just back up, just a thought moving ahead for future budgets. There's a big difference in construction between remodeling and new construction. And a lot of your costs, a lot of your hidden costs are in the remodeling process. So I think what we'll see is this continue to maintain, because a lot of these remodeling projects at Miller, DeZavala in particular, we're pretty much not done, but we're through that phase, and a lot that's left is the new construction piece of it. Moving ahead to the 5-campus renovation. Last month I talked about the roofing corrections that needed to be done at Crockett, Travis, and the Bowie campus. The Crockett campus, we are going to ask Cadence McShane to redo that work. There's nothing structural, it's just more appearance. The roof lines do not line up. I'll talk briefly about Travis here in a second, and then the Bowie campus. Work is in progress with all completion for all these 3 campuses in July, maybe the first week in August. I just got the updated schedule from Cadence today. But if, to the next slide, please. If you go to the Travis campus in particular, we did have an issue with water infiltration on June 22nd. The roof was left compromised. It did rain, and we had a lot of damage to the new classrooms. But some of the things, obviously, we addressed immediately with Cadence McShane what the issue was. We worked with the district staff to identify the damages. We have identified all the damages and losses, including teacher supplies, books, personal items, and have sent that to Cadence for reimbursement. And then Cadence, like I said, is in the process of repairing the damaged areas. I just got that scheduled today, and they'll begin on it later this week. Moving ahead to the high school, we're pretty much wrapped up with the STEM building. We're going to be moving some excess material over to the district warehouse, working on the final punch list, training users on some of the equipment. We have a budget review meeting with Perkins and Will, who's our district architect, and Weber, the contractor, this Thursday. And that's something that's not part of the bond, but I did throw it in here, is the installation of a fence and automatic gate to secure the school. The district had some funds that were made available to them through a grant specifically for district security. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the outside structures of the school buildings and put fence line all the way around to make sure that our students and our staff are safe. Regarding the Miller project, or the Miller renovation, Miller Middle School, you saw some communication over the last couple of weeks from Mr. Barton. The original schedule for Phase 2 was to have us complete with Phase 2, which is the classrooms and the major hallway leading up to the classrooms, a few days into August. Unfortunately, construction was not immune to the COVID-19. Weber, our contractor, had one of their foremen come down with COVID-19. A couple of their key subcontractors, specifically electrical, their drywall, their plumbers, each had multiple employees that came down with COVID-19 as well. So it's just they got behind, and we've been working with them closely over the last couple of weeks to try to get back on schedule, and we feel we've made a lot of progress. Some of the things we've done is like I said, we've worked with them to expedite the schedule. We've identified who the subs were, and they pulled in additional resources on the project. We have a presence out there every day. Weber has brought in an additional superintendent to focus on the outside construction. And of course, we have weekly meetings to address specifically Phase 2, including they are also working on Saturdays, and yesterday they were out working Sunday as well. So like I said, a lot of progress has been made. We're confident that we're going to be able to get staff in there on August 14th. We might have some small punch list items that we need to address, but for the most part, we think staff will be fine on August 14th. And depending on obviously what the decision is on school starting, we'll be ready for August 24th if we need to. If you just go up a couple of slides, there you go, to that one. I did change from last month's presentation. I did change the completion of Phase 2 to August 24th. Once again, this whole phase was all about remodeling. I talked about that earlier, some of the challenges in the remodeling. But we expect other phases to be on track. And regardless of what the decision is made on return to school, the directive from me to Weber is that the schedule is going to be followed and we're going to be complete by August 14th. The next couple of slides just show, and I sort of took a different approach this month. I showed you last month, I shared this picture on the left with you. That's the 8th grade hallway, and that's as of a week and a half ago. So some of these pictures are a little old because I wasn't in the district last week, but on the right-hand side is the tile has been laid. As of today, when I left the site, they were starting to work on flooring. A lot of the classroom work has been completed. If you go to the next slide. That right there shows the last month's future admin area, and this month there's a lot of activity along that same. Right there to the bottom left of the picture on the right is the elevator shaft. And then the last picture is just the courtyard. Courtyard 1 last month, and there's some steps. I think the picture doesn't do it justice, but there's some steps that have been installed, and there's a lot of work in that courtyard. As far as DeZavala is concerned, DeZavala is on schedule. Like Miller, a lot of focus on the classrooms and the main hallway. We're going to be ready, if you'd advance that, we'll be ready for students and teachers. A lot of progress over the last, or for the next 30 days. We'll be finishing out the parking lot. All the classrooms will be ready, new restrooms in the main hallway. And something that'll be in progress, obviously, is some of the phase 2 stuff, the new admin, the entry, and the library. And then if you would advance that for me, one more. Those are some pictures. On the left-hand side will be the new entry. And then on the right-hand side, that's just a shot of the main hallway, once again, about a week and a half ago. And as of today, progress has been made down that hallway. And finally, the last project, if you would advance that, is the Goodnight project. This actually, we started June 1st. It was an 80-day project, a lot of replacement of lighting, installing a new fire alarm system, remodeling the bathrooms in the cafeteria, replacing some of the equipment in the cafeteria, a lot of HVAC, heat pump replacement, and address the drainage issues in the back parking lot, which is between the Child Development Center and the backside of Goodnight. A lot has been done, and a lot will continue to be done, and we'll be on track on this project. And then, if you go one more slide, some of the other opportunities that we uncovered at Goodnight is repair and repainting of stucco. If you look, and I'll show you that picture in a second. Replace the flooring in the dance room, and then also address the drainage issues near the track. So if you go to the left-hand side, that is the current dance floor. And if you can see the seams, they're all buckling and coming up. And we've got approval to replace that dance floor. The middle portion, the middle picture is, you see that darkened area on the track? We have a real drainage issue coming off the building there, and it's discolored the track. So we're going to work on that drainage, get that water flowing away from the track, power wash that track, and make sure that it looks like the other pieces of the track out there. And then the final picture on the right is if you're viewing from the stadium, football stadium, that's the auditorium, and as you can see, that stucco's in bad shape, and we got approval to get that painted. And all that, once again, will be complete by August 24th. So with that, do y'all have any questions for me?
Looks great, thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, we have the financial update from Robert Tijerina. If you have any questions, please hold until the end of the report. Thank you.
Board President Cantu, I'd like to introduce Mr. Tijerina, our financial advisor. In June, at our public hearing on tax rate, the trustees had questions about the INS tax rate. He's here to explore those options, let the trustees know what those decisions, what that impact is years down the line, and perhaps you can ask some questions of him.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Mr. Cardona, and staff. For the record, Robert Tijerina, School District's Financial Advisor with Tijerina, Galvan, and Lawrence. And also with me this evening is our intern, Kyle Lewis. And I believe there is a presentation I handed out and also could be part of the presentation, your packet. If you turn to page 1, let's see if I got that right. See, I guess it's not up here. Okay, there it is. Okay, if you turn to page 1, this is a summary of what the district has done over the last 10 years. The district has pursued refunding and cash defeasance, and on this page we have a savings summary from 2012 through the present, with the most recent in May of this year refinanced about $7.5 million. And then last year we did $65.5 million. If you go all the way down, and it is on column C, the district has either refinanced or done a cash defeasance / cash contribution totaling $175 million $820,000. Now, the next column over on column D, we have refunding bonds. We refinanced the debt on row 5 on column D from $7.5 million to $4,385,000. The district did a refunding and also used a cash contribution on that financing a few months ago, about $3,175,000. And again, we had a cash defeasance in July of 2017 and June of 2016. Now, the difference between the two on column D, the summary, the total is $163,345,000. The difference is $12,475,000. The district has either did a cash defeasance or a cash contribution. You have lowered your debt over the last 8 years, your principal debt, not only saved, but you lowered the principal amount, roughly $12,475,000. The bulk of that is from a cash defeasance. There are other school districts and other clients that we represent that do these opportunities, and school districts in Texas, based on the TEA code, can do a cash defeasance, levy an INS tax rate for debt that you have already incurred that is coming up in the future, which you have done. And the goal, again, of cash defeasance is pay off principal along with some interest that's in the future. Refunding, we all know what the refunding is. The goal is to lower the interest rate on the financing, and you could tell on the average bond on columns E, we went from 3.78 recently to 1.5% on a refinancing. The one we did back in November of 2019, we had an overall interest rate on that debt, 5%, lowered that to 2.87. But then the defeasance that we did, the school district did in 2017 and 16, you removed debt that was at a 3.46% and 4.5%. Now on column G, the future value savings, all these financings that you have, we have about 7 of them. What did the district save overall? What was the future savings based on the cash defeasance and the refunding? $24 million, this is on column G, row 12, $24,634,979. Now, what does that equal to in the form of a tax rate? That is actual savings, future savings that you have saved for the community, for the taxpayer. When you take the current property values that were certified last year in July 2019, the district still hasn't received the values for this current fiscal year, probably until later this week or maybe even next week. But the values that were certified last year, $5,956,000,000. If we take that amount with the future value savings, that equals to roughly 44.52 cents that you save that you will not be levying on the community. And again, this is something that the board has done over the last few years. They've been proactive. And oh, by the way, along the way, you had a bond election in 2017 for $107.3 million. Your construction manager went over that recently. You had the successful bond election, issued the debt in 17, and then also over a couple-year period, 18 and 19, and did not increase your INS tax rate. You positioned yourself with roughly 35.41 cents of an INS tax rate to do a bond election. You issued the bonds, tax rate did not go up. Now, based on, I believe, House Bill 3, the district had a tax rate, an M&O, maintenance and operation tax rate compression last year that you went ahead and lowered the M&O tax rate. You roughly went from $1.06 to 99 cents. Your INS tax rate went from 0.3541 cents to roughly 32.39. So again, it's an overall decrease of 10 cents. Now, we all know it's really hard to get a community to increase the taxes 1 cent, 2 cents, or even 3 cents. We know we're going to hear it from the community. But did anything happen? Did we hear anything from the taxpayers when you lowered the INS or the total tax rate 10 cents? Again, it was an M&O compression that was required by the state. Every school district lowered the M&O tax rate. Now, what was unique, what the school district did is keep the INS tax rate. You lowered it. But the request here is the bottom part of the page, proposed cash defeasance summary, based on your property values. Your values, again, last year certified $5,956,000,000. Preliminary values that you received a few months ago are about gone up about 5.8% to about 6.3, 6.4%. So based again on certified final values from last year, lowering, or if we could maintain, and it's our recommendation, and it's something that we've recommended with other school districts that show an increase on the property values, that you have an opportunity to keep the INS at a certain level in order to do a cash defeasance to pay off debt in the future. Position yourself for property values are going up, position yourself for a potential bond election, whether it be 4, 5, 6 years from now. We have districts and clients within those scenarios. We have one school district that we're looking at our third cash defeasance for a bond election that is 3 years down the road from now. So we went back 5, 6 years. Once the bond election occurs, if it passes, this started back about 5, 6 years ago. The district did the same thing a few years ago for that $107.3 million. You positioned yourself in a position to where if the cash defeasance occurred, try to refinance the debt, save some money. You would be able to do the bond election without an INS tax rate increase. So again, based on the current property values on row 16, now we're going to go based on row 16, the proposed cash defeasance INS tax rate for next fiscal year, our recommendation is to continue having the same INS tax rate of roughly 32.39 cents. Now that 32.39 cents, based on the property values that you're considering, or if the preliminary values that the appraisal district gives you comes in final and certified roughly 6.3, 6.4 million, that's kind of we're looking at a INS tax rate of maintaining it instead of lowering it of roughly 2.9 cents. Because if you were to lower it based on the property values, preliminary values, you're looking at dropping 2.9 cents. Our recommendation is keeping the INS tax rate where it's at, keep those 2.9 cents here within the district, continue to do what you've done this year, what you've done in the past, cash defeasance. So on row 17, the proposed cash defeasance amount for this current fiscal year 2021 is roughly $1,610,000 and could produce an estimated $53,585 of future value savings. Now on row 18, the proposed cash defeasance INS tax rate impact on an average homeowner, and we know the average home has gone up in value roughly $250,000. Again, if you exclude the exemption of roughly $25,000, we're looking at an increase that 2.9 cents is equivalent to $5.48 a month, which comes out to $65.25 a year by keeping those 2.9 cents here at the administration building to do a cash defeasance sometime next spring. Now again, assuming the INS tax rate stays the same, and there's a potential, or there's going to be an M&O, another M&O tax rate compression, and talking to Mr. Barton, the M&O potentially could go down, and you won't know here for the next few weeks or so, and we won't be certain until you get the final property values in sometime next week, is it's going to go down about 5 cents. So you go from 1.3139 to 1.2639. That's a 5 cent decrease on the M&O side. I'm sorry, I apologize, on your total tax rate side, you go from $1.31 to $1.26. Your M&O tax rate goes from 99 cents to 94 cents. That's a 5-cent decrease. Now, that 5-cent decrease, if you leave the tax rate, the INS, where it's at 32 cents and change, lower the M&O because you're required to from 99 cents to 94 cents, total tax rate's going to drop 5 cents. Because that M&O compression, does the taxpayer in the community still receive a savings? Absolutely. Because the taxpayer is, you're losing or you're dropping those 5 pennies. That 5 pennies is equivalent to $112.50 a year, which comes out to $9.38 a month. And again, looking at, and we're averaging in that out with a $250,000 home, average home within the community, and that's the average home we receive from staff. I don't know if it's any higher or lower, but that's pretty much seems to be the ballpark. And again, it's something we recommend to our clients. We've had clients, about 4 or 5 of them, that had a bond election set for May a few months ago, but because of COVID, bond election was postponed and canceled. All of them are looking at we're looking at about 4 or 5 of them that are having a bond election scheduled for next May. They've already made their mind up. They're looking to do a bond election next May. They set a cash defeasance last year for this year in order to position themselves to pay off some debt, and in order to have a bond election, if it were to pass, the INS tax rate remains the same. Those school districts are looking to do another cash defeasance going into next fiscal year. So here in the next few weeks, they're going to be setting the INS tax rate, maintaining it to do another cash defeasance, pay off some debt like they did this current fiscal year that they're in, redeem and pay off another cash defeasance next year. Assuming bond election passes, the INS tax rate, just like it did here with the school district, $107.3 million, the district was able to maintain their current INS tax rate and not increase it and still be able to sell the bonds. So again, it's our recommendation, it's the board decision. Continue strategizing and planning. Save the refinancing, save for the taxpayer. Try to see if you could do some cash defeasance, position yourself, and I think the dialogue has been over the last few years for a potential bond election that's in the future. The district continues to again, not certain, but it's hypothetical, could have a bond election, which has been in the discussion in the past. The district continues to grow at that 5%, 6% pace. You could potentially have room and an opportunity to have a bond election and continue to do a cash defeasance, try to do refinancing, save for the taxpayer, and have a bond election if it passes, and maintain the current INS tax rate based, again, depending on what property values are doing and depending on the size of the bond election, the 2 key components. I know that's a lot of information and numbers, but again, the district has done a great job of seizing the opportunities to refinance debt, seizing the opportunities to do a cash defeasance, and save overall, again, on column G, $24.6 million future value savings, equivalent to roughly 44.5 cents of INS taxes that you will not be levying on the future of those bond payments on the community. Any information or questions from the board members?
I think from a personal perspective, I understand what you're saying. The issue that I think generated the interest in this issue is regarding, for me, there's been several inquiries as to, because of what's happening this year, to see about providing some savings to the taxpayers since the evaluations went up, the home evaluations went up. And trying to do what we can to the taxpayer regarding not having to pay more taxes. And I think this is, I can only speak for myself, but from the rest of the board, I think the issue is that what can we do to help? But
Yes,
I mean, I know what you're presenting here, and I think that overall, the community probably doesn't see this as far as the savings that you're talking about.
Right.
Mr. Arredondo and then Mr. McLaughlin have questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Mr. Barton, this question is for you based on Mr. Tijerina's presentation. So if I heard correctly, the ISD is already potentially forecasting a tax rate decrease estimated at 8 cents. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We presented that initially at the May budget workshop. It is still very much a projection. It is based on the values that we're going to get at the very end of this week.
Okay, wonderful. I understand that that is contingent on getting the certified rolls from the Central Appraisal District and a number of things, so thank you for confirming that. Additionally, based on Mr. Tijerina's presentation, he estimates that there is a potential of decreasing our INS tax rate if the board chooses to by 2.9 cents. So 8 cents, 2.9 cents. Potentially, if the board chose, we could lower our tax rate going into the next fiscal year by 10.9 cents. Is that correct?
No, sorry. I think you're off just a little bit there. It's and we're on Zoom, so I'm sure that's just a miscommunication. It's about 5 cents on the INS side and a little over 2, almost 3 cents on, 5 cents on M&O, and that's a compression because of HB3.
Yes.
And then just under 3 cents that's possible on the INS based on values, so close to 8.
Okay, so close to 8 cents. Wonderful. So if there's interest, individually, I have interest in moving forward with potentially lowering our tax rate an additional 2.9 cents, close to 30 cents above what state law requires us to do so. So how would that look going into the August meeting? Is that something that the administration would prepare? Is that something that we need to direct the staff to prepare for us prior to the August meeting? What needs to take place for the discussion item and potentially for action?
Our action item will be our administrative recommendation, and up to this point, we would want to maintain our INS tax rate because of the flexibility that gives the district to reduce debt for our taxpayers. If you chose to go with a different rate, you would most likely want to ask me at some point, what is the minimum allowable? Because we have to be able to make our bond payments. I would give you that figure, and then you could make a vote from there.
And just to follow up on that statement, so I'm assuming the minimum allowable would be the 2.9 cents that Mr. Tijerina referenced in his presentation, correct?
That's an estimate, but yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Thanks, Ms. Cantu, President Cantu. Mr. Tijerina.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that at the 5 cent reduction in the M&O, our taxpayers would see, I believe I heard you just say, a reduction in their taxes.
Yes, sir, on the total taxes for the school district, because the school district in fiscal year 2021 levied a total tax rate of $1.3139, and assuming the value stayed the same, the projections came in as final, the M&O tax rate goes down 5 cents from 99 to 94. And just hypothetically, keep the INS the same, the total at roughly 32.39, the total tax rate will be, instead of $1.3139, it'll be $1.2639. So the
Right.
5 cents.
Right. And then to figure out what sort of decrease that would be, I would divide the 5 cents by the total tax rate, right? So I get like a 3.8% reduction in tax rate. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that sounds fair.
But to know whether an individual, me as a, I won't be trustee McLaughlin for a minute, I'll be taxpayer McLaughlin. To know if I'm going to see a reduction in the taxes I pay the school district, I would have to know if my appraisal value went up by more than 3.8%, right? Because if it goes by more than 3.8%, I pay more to the district despite our action.
That's a fair statement, and absolutely. And what we look at is the total assessed valuation,
Right.
which is roughly currently about $6.3 billion, $6.4 billion. And so again, how we run is just taking an average home and assuming an average home here in the community and use that formula to show what a 5-cent savings would produce.
I understand. I was just making sure my calculator work
Yes,
was fair. Thank you.
Ms. Cantu,
Yes, Mr. Arredondo?
I have just one follow-up question. I understand that historically the ISD has kept our INS tax rate where it was, and it afforded us the opportunity in 2017 to put a ballot proposition on the May ballot that resulted in no tax rate increase for taxpayers, and that there's logic in continuing to do that in case there are future needs. But for purposes of transparency, Mr. Tijerina, when we defease bond indebtedness with you, is that how you as our financial advisor gets paid?
On a bond defeasance, there are several components, and yes, just to answer the question, consultant gets paid, you have bond counsel, because it's pretty much a financial transaction. But the amount, it's not based on a fee schedule. It's a minimal amount. For example, the recent, the cash defeasance back in 2017, I want to say that total amount, I'm kind of going from memory, about $20,000, and that consisted of financial advisor, bond counsel, the escrow agent, the paying agent, and I believe the Attorney General's office. So there was multiple consultants involved in there that did that cash defeasance. But when you look at an outright financing, it is a minimal amount based to a cash defeasance. But yes, there is fees involved in a cash defeasance.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Tijerina. And now this question is for Superintendent Cardona in regard to facility needs and the possibility of a future bond election. Obviously, this is a loaded question, Mr. Superintendent, but to my knowledge, there are no long-term, no short or long-term facility needs that would require us to go out for another bond proposition. Is that correct?
No student facility needs, yes.
Okay, so it was my understanding that with the opening of Rodriguez Elementary School and with the 2017 bond substantially renovating Miller Middle School and even Goodnight, that none of our academic educational campuses are at capacity again. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And if I just make a clarification, I did not, and I apologize on the bond election in the future, on the projects in the past, whether they're instructional or non-instructional. I think it's mainly been non-instructional that has been discussed over the last few years.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any trustees? Thank you, Mr. Tijerina. We
Thank
appreciate your
you.
report.
I hope everyone takes care and everyone is safe. Thank you. Have a great night.
Next, we will hear from a Centro update from Dr. Espinoza.
Board President Cantu, it has been in our conversation for months now with Dr. Espinoza for him to share with the board the work of Centro in our property and in that facility. It happened this month that there was an agenda item to discuss the Lee property and also a grant that would allow the board to have some input into the direction of Centro in the future. So it all came together for Centro to share a little bit of their vision and their work this evening. This is Dr. Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Barton.
Madam President, Mr. Superintendent, Board of Education, on behalf of Centro, thank you for allowing us to come and present. My name is Dr. Espinoza. I am the Executive Director of Centro. I've been with Centro a year and 3 months. I've had a wonderful experience with Centro. I enjoy the work that I do there, and I enjoy the partnership that we have with San Marcos CISD, and the work that has been happening there for the last 8 years, or actually last 9 years, to celebrate our 10th year anniversary has been with the partnership with you guys. And the work was done way before I got here, and we're just continuing the cause. So on behalf of the district, on behalf of Centro, we thank you very much for this great partnership. I'm hoping that we can get Mr. Rios to do part of the presentation from the comfort of his home. So if we can get the portion of the presentation from him, I would really appreciate that, but if we can, I can do the whole thing. So the future of Centro, renovation and development. Next, please. Bienvenidos a Centro. As you can see, this is our mission, vision, and core values. These were developed in the last year and a half that I've been there. And as you can see, the bottom one that's more important, or not really more important, but we actually emphasize is education. Next, please. Education in the sense that this is one of our core values, and this is where we overlay and we combine with you guys as a school district to provide all the services that we provide to our stakeholders, to our Centro kids, to our families, to agencies, to the partnerships that we have with United Way. Can you back it up, please? Because this is going to go on by itself. So, to all the different agencies, the Price Center, to Rotary, to any other corporation, company, and or agency that we work with. And education has been one of the main core values. Next, please. So the conversations at Centro have been, how can we grow our programming and at the same time provide a cost benefit to the community? Cost in the sense of not money, but cost in the sense of programming. And so one of the things that we started talking about, can you back it up, please? It's going to advance by itself, so just back it up, please. And so what we decided and started talking about was the possibility of renovating Centro or fixing up Centro or making it more accessible and a lot more conducive to learning. So we applied for a grant through Grande Communication. We met with Stephanie Cano from Grande Communication and had a conversation with her about the possibility of joining partners with them. And they said yes. They said present, and we did. And I sent them an application, and they gifted us with a check for $2,900. And that stimulated our conversation to start doing some renovation at Centro. In our conversations with Mr. Barton, we talked about the possibility of removing carpet, tearing walls down, painting, cleaning, and everything else. And then this is when we found out that we had asbestos underneath the carpet. And then we said, okay, how can we do this? And Mr. Barton gave us suggestions and avenues in which to be able to do this, and we did. And then we figured out that this was going to cost about $40,000 to $50,000 to get done. So this is where we ended up with. We started with a simple grant of $2,900, ended up realizing that it was going to cost about $40,000 at no cost to the district, mind you, it cost the Centro in terms of what we do. And so I was charged with the task of finding grant money to be able to do this. And then the city of San Marcos came knocking at my door, at our door. And they said, hey, we have some money. We have $720,000 that you guys could possibly use. Would you be interested? And I said, oh yeah, we'd be interested. I called Mr. Barton. I said, Mr. Barton, can we? And he says, I think we can. Let's figure it out. Just get it going and we'll figure it out. And so in that whole process, next slide, please. We started the renovation process. And we renovated the media center, which would have been room number 2. It's an open classroom on the side of Centro. We got a generous donation from Johanna Hansen, who's a dear friend of mine. Johanna gifted us a beautiful rug. Working with, if you could advance it back, please, working with the STEM Institute, the LBJ STEM Institute, we were able to get all the programming that we have there, computers, and working with the Marcos and the Fidela Garza family and the gift that they gave us a long time ago, we were able to put together this beautiful media center, and it's called the Marcos and Fidela Garza Fama Nasa Fama Media Center. It's beautiful, it's a wonderful place, and this is what we envision Centro to be for the rest of the buildings and the rest of the classrooms and the whole building. Next, please. So the original ask was $388,461. And they came back with, Carol Griffith and the wonderful team over at the City of San Marcos came back and said, Dr. Espinoza, we're going to give you $268,000. We're going to have a hearing real soon, and we want you to present a talk about the $268,000. So the subsequent conversation came about that in order for us to be able to get this money or to be able to receive it or for the city to approve this money, we would have to figure out how we can establish a partnership with the district that's deeper than what it is right now. And I say deeper because it would require the district to do some things that it may not be in their best interest, but it is in the best interest of the stakeholders that we serve. Next, please. So in our story, we continued and we discussed and we shared, and part of the application process was what makes Centro so important? What makes Centro so valuable? What is it that Centro has that nobody else has? Well, first and foremost, I can share with you that we're all-encompassing and all-inclusive. I'll say that one more time. We're all-encompassing and all-inclusive. There is no one that we turn away, no individual that we turn away, no agency that we don't talk to. In fact, just today, we actually signed an agreement with the League of Women Voters to help them with their campaign drive to help people vote. And tomorrow, we'll kick off with Diana Martinez, who's one of your first grade teachers here in San Marcos, and she'll be doing Global Citizens Story Hour. And that story hour will happen via Zoom, and she'll be reading to her first graders and sharing with them what it is to be a global citizen. And how important is that? Because we do need global citizens. We need people to understand and share and combine and work with. And so she'll kick that off tomorrow, and we'll share it with you. It'll be a part of our website, as well as all the programming that you see listed here. Not excluding Art Space program that's currently right now, Campo LA, dual language, Spanish language, and just today, this week, we're actually going to have French classes. So any of you out there in the media world or here that would like to take French classes, we have a French teacher that's actually going to be teaching French classes. And so the list goes on and on and on. And I could stand here and talk to you all day, but I realize your time is valuable, so I'll move on. Next, please. So in summary, the $268,000, what's that going to buy you, and why? What is it that we need to do for Centro? Next, please. So as you can see, we're trying to make Centro more efficient. We're in the process of trying to develop it as best as we possibly can. Next, please. So here are some of the things that we would like to do. First and foremost, we need to replace the AC heating units here at Centro. They are in disrepair, they're old, and I've been up in that roof. I've checked them out, I've checked out the roof, and they just need to be replaced. The other things that we need to do is we need to replace all the exterior-facing doors and windows. We also need to do the asbestos abatement, and once we pull out the carpet and remove the asbestos, we need to do new flooring. Then the outdoor classrooms where this new beautiful multimedia classroom is, or library multimedia classroom is, it's an open classroom, so it's not very conducive to being able to have kids in and out during the winter months. So we would like to also build a hallway out there. And then finally, what we would like to do is the new flooring, like I said before, based on the abatement in terms of what happens there in the construction. Next, please. So the city of San Marcos will be making this decision on August the 4th at year 220 at their city council meeting. Next, please. So what is the ask? What am I asking today? What I'm asking for you is to consider this money that's being gifted by the city of San Marcos at no cost to you to allow us to be able to renovate Centro at the tune of $268,000 and to form a unique partnership for the next 5 years where Centro, the city of San Marcos, and the school district become a unified partner in the challenge to educate our students and to educate our stakeholders. Now, mind you, I go back to, we just don't educate students, we educate everybody. We have a partnership with many, many agencies, with many organizations, and with many programming. So in that whole process, you're not only partnering with the stakeholders that come to Centro, but also the stakeholders that work with us directly. And that's what the ask is. It's asking for you to vote yes on this or to vote in approval of continuing our application process so that we are able to renovate Centro at no cost to you to the tune of $268,000. And I say no cost to you because basically the city of San Marcos is going to pay for the renovation costs and Centro will pay for my time to be able to do this. Now, Carol Griffith, who's part of the process, who has actually advanced our application, who I thank very much for, said to me, Dr. Espinoza, I was very leery about moving your application forward, but once I found out that you're a superintendent, a retired superintendent, and then you have a wealth of experience with this kind of work remodeling old buildings, then I was more at ease. And so I did share with her my resume and my credentials and all the stuff that I've done before. And renovating old buildings, older buildings, beautiful older buildings, is part of my forte. Next, please. So,
All right. Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you, Ed.
Excellent, excellent. So, as Dr. Espinoza pointed out, there's a building there, and Centro is really more than a building. If you can understand that this is a unique year, not just because of what the world is enduring, but from the perspective of Centro, this was also the 10th year anniversary of Centro's existence. And I took over at Centro January 1st as president of their board of directors. And we were marching along this new strategy and putting things forward to really develop a new Centro going forward for the next 10 years. And one of the things that surprised us in March, right before what we were going to have, which was going to be our kickoff event for our 10th year celebration, was the Spring Fiesta. And when COVID hit, we were one of the first events that, working with the city, working with the state, that first weekend of spring break, we had to cancel about a week before, or actually, a few days before the event was to happen. And we didn't know what we were going into and what this was going to mean. But one of the things that we saw early on was that this wasn't going to be something that we were going to come out early. So we as a board quickly decided that we needed to keep our staff in place. Before PPP became an issue, before it became something that you could get help with, we wanted to keep intact, our staff, and we did that. We also said, what can Centro do during this time to continue to provide services to our community, especially when, the district was going through its own challenges, with online learning, figuring out what the new normal was going to be, how the year was going to end up. We were looking at the same things and understanding that, somehow using technology, we needed to provide the same services that Centro normally provided, because there was a lot of people that were depending on it, and because the new normal had folks at home and folks working with their kids, helping them do online learning. We did a pilot during the spring, which was our arts-based spring class, where we had kids in this case going in and doing projects. We had videos recorded. We had a Zoom meeting on Fridays, but we started this out, and it actually ended up being the groundwork for what we're having going forward. We also had a very traditional event at Centro, which was Cinco de Mayo. And Cinco de Mayo this year, of course, couldn't be in the big banquet hall with entertainment and all sorts of different things going on. We ended up, seeing the need that, our businesses, our local businesses were suffering, because all of a sudden everybody was at home. We were making runs on grocery stores, and people were eating at home, and nobody was going out, and everything was just in this weird flux. So we partnered, with some restaurants to have Cinco de Mayo. And it was, for really about a week and a half of planning, was a phenomenally successful event, and once again laid in the groundwork for things that we're going to do throughout the rest of the year with regard to gala and the big events that we have throughout the year. The art space success really led us into all the rest of our programming being delivered virtually. So during this summer, when school officially ended, kids were still able to participate in the arts-based summer programs. Dr. Espinoza mentioned the Camp LA. Camp Olé. Camp Olé was just an amazing little event for kids, because we had the June session with 13 students, and it's kind of a virtual passport traveler, event where, they visited Australia, Indonesia, Christmas Island, New York, and Paris through craft events and different types of learnings with the culture and experience and art. They did projects that were in line with those different regions. So it was really a cool thing. July, they're doing the same thing with other events. We had some stuff geared toward 3 to 5 year olds with art space. And now, like I said, we're looking at our 18 and above crowd and saying, hey, we got Spanish classes and French classes. So, possibilities keep growing. We're looking at some things that we can do with our senior citizen groups. So Centro hasn't stopped. Go ahead and continue. And so with that, we're very proud and very excited to announce our Centro 2.0 plan. This is something that is we got together, we got an architect, we went ahead and looked at the whole block. This is something, go back. Something that we're really excited about is taking a look at Centro's facility, building a campus that's a hub for arts, for education, culture, history, with a museum, really expanding the ability for us to serve a community in a location that will really explode within our community. So, we've got, plans for a multi-purpose theater. We would love to have, community theater, here in San Marcos that can share that space. We're talking about a commercial kitchen. We're talking about place for outdoor learning, for events outside and inside. We're talking about museums. We're talking about space for classes, all kinds of classes, and utilizing all of these technologies to deliver in what will be a new normal. But we are looking at a growth, a growth strategy here to really develop. So this 3 to 5 years that we're talking about is not going to be us just sitting back and making some renovations and letting things play out. We're actively going in and putting together the money to really come back to the table and say, we're ready to make a deal here to own this whole place, develop it, and make something incredible here in San Marcos with Centro. Go ahead. So why does this all matter? Why for the last 10 years, we've become a key part of the culture here in San Marcos. And our growth strategy is at a point where we have outgrown the space that we're in with everything that we're going, with everything that we're doing. We had some portables in back that, were so, run down, they're old, they've served their purpose, and, now they're on their way out. So all of our classes that we had out there are moving indoors, and we've redone one of the classrooms as a model to move forward with how we want to develop the whole rest of the campus. We've got plans together for how we want to reconfigure the facility interior so that it's more usable for different types of events that we're going to go on, while we look at raising the capital to not only acquire the block, but also to develop all these other different buildings that grow out throughout the next 5 years to have this campus hub. The focus that we bring here is that growth happens, and growth happens through all of our core values. Growth happens through extending out education opportunities for our children, and Centro is here to be a core part of that within the San Marcos community. Go ahead. So really, on behalf of Centro, all of the people who participate in the activities and events at Centro, our board of directors, and everyone who's had a piece of the history of Centro. We thank you, the district, for all of your continued support, and we're looking forward to work with you in the coming years.
And so, if I may say one other thing, we've been very good stewards of the building. We've taken care of the building as if it was our own. And I will share with you that what we plan on doing will start in October. Once approved by you, approved by the City of San Marcos, the work will begin in October and finish in January of 2021 in phases. So, again, like Mr. Rios said, on behalf of everybody, we thank you very much for allowing us to speak, and we can answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Arredondo, you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam President. Mr. Rios, you mentioned that you were the current president of the board of directors for El Centro, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So I just wanted to follow up on something that Dr. Espinoza had said in his presentation about being an all-inclusive facility. I have an email here that was sent by Dr. Espinoza to district staff on May 8th. Referencing that the Central Board of Directors voted to not be a part of the ISD summer meal program for summer camps. If the ISD was willing to approve the application for these renovations, is Central willing to be a partner with us on the summer meal programs again.
May I answer that question, Mr. Rios?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Arredondo, the reason we didn't want to participate is not because we didn't believe in it, it's because we couldn't staff it. The reality is that I'm the only full-time employee at Centro, and I have part-time staff, and in fact, I have the luxury right now of having 6 wonderful interns from Texas State that are working with me right now to put everything in place. So, Mr. Arredondo, to answer your question, we couldn't do it because we couldn't staff it. We believe in it. I'm a retired superintendent. Believe me, no child should go hungry every night. No child should go hungry every night. But the issue always becomes, how do we pay for it? And we don't have the luxury of having a generous donation program or a generous revenue program, so we have to scrape by with what we were able to get. And believe me, I've been writing grants left and right, and we've made quite a bit of money through those grants, but not enough. So in answering your question, if we have the resources to be able to pull it off, yes, why not? And I speak on behalf of my board because they actually wrangled with this decision. They did, big time. And I feel for them, like I said before, that was difficult for us to do.
I just want to add to you, Dr. Espinoza. I think, right now we've made a very conscious decision to keep the doors of Centro closed during this time. One, because we only have Dr. Espinoza plus three other employees, but we're not opening up our facility just from a safety reason, because also 2 of our employees are at-risk employees or actually 3 of them are at risk for the age group for being most affected by this pandemic. So there's a lot of things that played into that, but definitely we would be part of that, and we had several events scheduled to bring things to the kids in need.
Ms. Cantu, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Halsey.
Great. Thank you so much. The site plans look beautiful. I'm very impressed. And I appreciate everything that y'all have done to conduct the Center activities virtually the past few months. It's really been terrific. And my question is, can you just clarify, if you received this grant, exactly which renovations would be covered with that?
Mr. Rios, do you want to answer that one, or you want me to?
You can. It's the one.
Yeah, so in looking at the numbers here, and these are real numbers that I would share with you, the one thing that we would pull out of the whole grant process based on the recommendations from my board of directors would be the solar installation. Yeah, we actually have a solar installation as part of the grant process, and so the city of San Marcos, in their great judgment, said, we're only going to give you $120,000 less than what you wanted. So the solar installation, which would have been the ice cream on the cake, would have saved us would have saved you and saved us a tremendous amount of money. But that was about $120,000, and that's the one that we would pull out, and we would have to be able to do the rest based on the recommendation from my board of directors, and obviously with your approval and your blessing.
Thank you.
And if I can add to that, it gives us a very modern facility with the existing building, which addresses all the key things. Thank you. Sorry, Madam President.
Any other questions from trustees? Thank you very much, Mr. Rios and Dr. Hinojosa.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we're ready for the superintendent's report, but before he begins, I want to thank the superintendent and his entire administrative staff for the hard work that they have put into this plan. And I also appreciate that the board members all received a copy to preview ahead of time. Without any further comments, we'd ask our superintendent, Mr. Cardona, to present his reopening of the school district.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Michael Cardona, Superintendent of Schools for San Marcos, CISD. And again, I want to echo your comments you made. You can see, if you're in the building, just some of the people who have been working since spring break of 2020 to begin the process of what reopening will look like. I can tell you that we're more prepared than we were at the end of last year when we were all caught off guard, and I'm quite sure that we will do a much better job at the beginning of this year, but we will make mistakes, and so we ask our community to be patient and to pray with us as we kind of go in. I've 29 years, and I've been through 3 hurricanes and never been through a pandemic. And so I'm pretty sure that we're going to make 50% of the people happy and 50% of the people mad. And we try to, as superintendent of schools, it's my fundamental belief that kids are better off in schools. But that's not the reality right now. It's not the reality for our staff members, and it's not the reality for a community who kind of has a lot of angst. I do want to take a moment to thank our child nutrition workers who, since spring break, have been out on the front lines every day, smiling and planning and delivering food. Many of them had pre-existing conditions and volunteered to show up every day to smile to our community, to our maintenance workers, our custodial staff, our transportation workers who delivered meals to 282 kids, 90 plus families that were school dependent, twice a week in a suburban. And what I have found is that we do more for this city and this county than the county and city do for us. We provided food for Hayes County Food Bank. We provided food for school fuel. Our principals and our assistant principals and our instructional coaches who were out at feeding sites giving out packets, who were up on Saturdays and Sundays in torrential rain packing, newspaper stands that we worked with the city to get for the Daily Record. To team leadership is to my right. None of us have had a spring break. We have reshifted the way we do business. I talked to Dr. Baez earlier about how it caused the pandemic to shift to how we hire people, but we hired people more efficiently out of this, which was strange to say. I think we all have dry hands from washing with sanitizer. If I start coughing, I don't have COVID. I have allergies because I live in Central Texas. Also want to thank our coaches who have been working with Doug Wozniak, who's going to present. We had to, at some point, start bringing kids back because kids want to be back and kids need to be back. And so our coaches have adapted, have iterated, have modified, have made mistakes, but they have tried to help us as we begin the process of planning to reopen. This board, I want to thank them personally because you have committed significant resources to ensuring that our kids and our staff and our parents are supported. And I can honestly say, I don't know that any teacher who doesn't want to be in their classrooms. I'm sure that those workers at HEB, our frontline first responders, none of them ever thought that they would be on the front lines of doing what they do. Not a lot of people know that the first week of all this, we have no UV cleaning supplies here at the high school because we gave all our equipment to our first responders so that they could clean their goggles as they went out to serve our community. And those are the things that we do in San Marcos. And that's why I'm fairly confident that the plan that we're going to present to you, while not perfect, does allow us to be better prepared to serve our kids. So if you can go to the next slide. Just a little bit about where we were at. I won't go over all this, but this is the sheer number of text messages, phone calls, emails, assignments, student discussions, Google Meets, active Google Classrooms, the number of students we reached, 8,008, which is great, but there was about 182 that we don't know where they were at, and that bothers a lot of us in this room. Next slide. Some of the things we learned, Number one is that we had too many different platforms. So one of our intentions this year is to move to one platform. That's the Canvas Learning Platform, pre-K-12. Will that be a shift for our teachers? It will be a major shift for many of them, but we have professional development plan. We have begun professional development planning. We have had courses since June on Canvas. It integrates with a lot of our systems. We actually got some really good recommendations from a parent who sent us an email that helped guide. If y'all can put your computers on mute, because I can hear the back. The other thing we learned, we have to simplify for the learning platform. That's what Canvas is for. The reality, and what we'll ask later on, and I've already asked, is to push back the start date of school to September 8th. That's going to require us to have that's going to require the board to take action on a couple of things, mainly moving professional development and front loading it so that we can get support services ready for our students and for our parents. Is that the most ideal? No. We sent you the plan on Friday. Within an hour, that plan changed because the governor and the commissioner of education don't talk to each other. And one said one thing and the other one said another. And literally our plan now has changed. Initially, we were recommending starting school on September 8th to begin 3 weeks of at-home learning. That shifted to match what the state has said, which is to go to 4 weeks, which gives us better data. If you look at Hays County, our trending numbers are going the wrong way. The river, now that it's been closed, is really a godsend that it's been closed, because prior to that, there was no social distancing going on out there. And it's going to cause some issues. The numbers hopefully will get better. But if we go to a remote platform for 4 weeks, the board does have, by Texas Education Agency authority, the ability to vote another 4 weeks, which potentially, if the numbers and cases don't get better, would put us into November. What the shift in modifying the calendar allows us to do is not change the contracts for teachers. Teachers still report to work on August 14th. We front load the PD. We reach out to our parents, to our students to start putting plans in place. We do not actually go any longer in the school year. We will stick to a normal schedule, and I think that for our community would be stable. Some districts are going to the middle of June, are going to almost the end of June. We think that we can run summer school just like we did last summer and do our interventions as we need to during the breaks. And we'll have teachers that will step up to the plate to help us with our students who need the most help. The other thing we learned, while we have a lot of devices, and while we were fortunate that this board agreed with us in going to one-to-one back for our 6th through 12th graders, we needed more devices. So technology has purchased about 700 more Chromebooks for students in grades 3 through 5, approximately 600 iPads, Apple iPads for our pre-K through 2 students. So we will be one-to-one technology pre-K through 12. And I think that has a lot to do with the foresight of this board to encourage us to get ahead of the game. Number 3, social emotional supports. If this is anything that we've been working on the most, adults and children need a lot of social emotional supports right now. I don't know about you. I can just speak for myself as superintendent. I get a lot of anxiety when I put a mask on and go into HEB. And so if that's happening to me and I have the emotional skills to supposedly handle that, I know that some of our young children and some of our parents are having those same issues. And so we're embedding a lot of SEL supports for both staff and for our staff members and for our students. Number 4, communication. So we're adding a notification badge to our district homepage. We've been partnering with some companies that allow parents when you toggle on the web page, if you have a specific question about transportation, you can actually now click on transportation and send a message, and that will be routed to a transportation supervisor in the form of either a text message or an email, so that the adults that need to be notified quickly can get on something to support our parents and our students. So Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Nevarez are working with some companies so that we can get that out, and we'll be doing some parent trainings with some of the later on that they're going to talk about. I want to steal their thunder, but we'll be doing a lot more parent training later on. Next slide. This is what guides us: safety, to ensure the safety and wellness of students and staff, to include mental health and social resiliency. Can't stress that enough. I know that I would encourage everybody to stay off social media. There's half-truths in social media. If they have a question, email. We have been answering our emails. Please have parents reach out to us directly. Social media is not typically the place to get active news unless it's from Mr. Fernandez on Facebook, and I would subscribe to his communication. Equity, that's a big deal for us. We have a lot to address in that area. You know, while we can get our kids the one-to-one devices, the reality is kids that have opportunity gaps need to be in front of a teacher, and this is unfortunately one of those times when those two are in conflict. And so while we have provided laptops, or we will be providing laptops, Mr. Hubenak has been working, and his team have been working tirelessly on hotspots. He actually has spoken to some other school districts, and we have the potential to partner potentially to address a certain area east of I-35 with some broadband towers, and we may be bringing something back to you guys at a later date to approve. This equity piece is a big deal to us, because we know that the entire system stopped in March. And while most focus on students who have a lack of access to services, the entire system has been disabled, and we need to right size for every student and every parent. The other issue is flexibility. We have to be able to meet our parents where they're at with our kids. And sometimes that means having schedules that don't mesh for adults, but mesh for the students and for the families. I was talking to a parent that we passed over to Ms. Pearson today, who came in. Actually, she's a grandparent. They're taking custody of their granddaughter, but she works at Texas State, and they're trying to figure out our schedule because they need an adult to be at home at all times if we're at remote learning. And so that's not lost on us to be very flexible and do what we need to do. It may mean that for this year, a teacher may not have a kid that's assigned to their school. We may have teams of teachers who are not necessarily teachers of record, but who work with our district kids. We've been working with Monica Weaver, who's our data processor, to help us get through this. But it's just a shift in philosophy right now to provide the most service to our families, and that may not be somebody tied to the campus. And that's just, unfortunately, the way it has to be right now. Resources, I honestly think we are in a much better place than a lot of districts. That has a lot to do with prior planning, that has nothing to do with us being smart. It just is fortuitous that we have, and this board has allowed us to go after resources that now help us at a time like this. And so we might need to move and find some others, but we found out, for example, that there is CTE resources available on Edgenuity for kids to be at home and get their hours. And so we've reached out to them to purchase those resources for our high school kids. But again, nothing beats being in the classroom. That ultimately is our goal. As superintendent, you have to, I mean, there's no easy answers. I can honestly say this is the worst school year planning-wise I've ever been to, because you know that 50% of what you decide is not going to be looked upon. But the team here is going to go over every single piece. Again, I want to thank the team. You know, we've been meeting via Zoom. We've been meeting however we can meet to get this plan together. Once we finish presenting, if we can get the board to modify the calendar they've already voted on and allow us to move, then we can get this out. It's been translated into Spanish. We will put this on our website. We will email it, text message it, do whatever we need to do to get this out to our community so that they can begin planning. If you can just hold your questions and let them get through, hopefully they'll answer the questions, because they've done a really good job. And I got to say, I'm proud to be superintendent of this group, because they challenge everything you think and always think from the lens of being a parent and a student. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Rees-Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Cardona and Board of Trustees. TEA has been providing guidance throughout this entire pandemic and school closure, and they have started providing various models of instruction. They have provided two models that we're going to share with you today, an on-campus model and a remote learning model. Students who do return to school will come during the normal school operating hours. If you look under instruction, you'll notice that Bonham Pre-K and elementary will attend school from 7:40 to 3:20. Middle school will be 8:15 to 4:10, and high school will be 8:10 to 4:15. As Mr. Cardona mentioned earlier, we will not be changing the end of school date on the modified calendar, so that would still be June 3rd, and that's because with the addition of 15 extra minutes, we are still slightly over the 75,600 minutes required by the Texas Education Agency. When we do return on campus, students will return 5 days a week. They'll attend during the hours that are presented, and that's when we will do our attendance during our normal ADA attendance window, which is at 10 a.m. In the remote learning environment, students will have opportunities to participate and engage in live instruction or work independently. That means students will be able to follow their class schedule that will be shared with you here momentarily and receive instruction from their teacher via Canvas, or they will be able to engage in the activities and answer questions based on the different digital platforms that we have, such as Canvas, or turning in any type of work submission, or answering a question as an exit ticket, or using any of the adaptive resources that we have, such as Lexia, iExcel, and Dreambox. All of those modes will serve as a way to collect attendance, collect that ADA in the remote learning environment based on student engagement.
Good evening, Board President Cantu and Trustees and Superintendent Cardona. So here's our plan for on-campus learning. This is for when we return after those initial 4 weeks of full remote learning. So number one will be our traditional schedule for in-person, face-to-face instruction will be available for all of our students. And the number two, students will follow their traditional schedule throughout the day, and also extracurricular activities will be available for them if they participate in extracurricular activities. And number three, students will be adhered to have to follow all of the health and safety expectations. We're going to go into more detail further in the presentation on these, but number three and number five really go together. Students will be required to follow the TA guidelines in pre-K through 12, wearing the face coverings on the buses, hallways, and common areas, and when social distancing is not feasible. This will include classrooms and to the extent it is developmentally appropriate, and it'll apply for on the school campus, indoor and outdoor, and also the bus settings. And Ms. Owens is going to go into the grading guidelines, which will not be different on campus or remote learning. We'll continue with our current grading guidelines. Thank you.
Good evening, President Cantu, School Board. Our remote learning plan is very different than the at-home learning plan that was presented from March till the end of the year. It is more strategic with a higher level of rigor. Students will engage 100% virtual online learning. We are now one-to-one, and they have purchased additional hotspots that have more capacity for our students. The teachers during that time will be supporting all kids online. They will utilize the TEKS resource system just as the teachers that are on campus will be using. The TEKS resource system has integrated the TEKS from the 4th 9 weeks to address the learning gaps for our students during that at-home learning period. We will be providing the lessons in English and Spanish. Number 2, students will have digital access through Canvas to all of their courses. One of the pieces that we got from the parents, some of the feedback that we received was how difficult it was to manage all the logins, the different platforms. We were Google Classroom at elementary and Canvas at secondary, and you have multiple students. Now we will have one platform, which is Canvas, a single sign-on, which is their QR codes with the badges. Parents will have a step-by-step guide on how to access Canvas, how to find the course syllabus, how to find the login information, and it will be a step-by-step parent guide. And the kids will only have one sign-on. Parents will still need to support their students, especially at elementary, if they are unable to access the platform independently. Students may have periods of the day, like Dr. Ruiz-Mills stated, that are live lessons, and then also self-paced independent work sessions. For our students that need more flexibility in their schedule because both of their parents are working and they need to do it in the afternoon, we have planned for that. Those lessons will be recorded. The students will be able to access those. They will have live links where students can click on those links, and teachers will be able to monitor the students' level of engagement. One of the requirements for attendance is that the students do complete the assignments. It's the level of engagement, it's 3 hours for elementary and 4 for secondary by 11:59 that day. So just like we take attendance at 10 for the on-campus, it would need to be done daily, but we would build the flexibility in the schedule so it wouldn't have to be during the 8 to 3:30 or the 7:40 to 3:20 time. The grading guidelines will be identical on campus and remote. Teachers are required to provide specific individual student feedback, a minimum of once a week, which they will do so. The district curriculum specialists are creating lesson templates for the teachers to help with that alignment so that it mirrors what's happening on campus and remote. The first 4 weeks, all students will be remote, but as we move into the year and parents have a choice for on-campus and remote learning, that will be aligned. We will also help design the schedule. So Rose Pearson and I have collaborated on a schedule and received principal feedback for this remote learning time, especially for the first 4 weeks. It will be very predictable for the parents, which is the other feedback that we received is from day to day it was different, and so it will be the same. An example would be like for secondary, Monday and Wednesday would be 4 classes, Tuesday, Thursday would be the other 4 classes, and then Friday all of the classes. And elementary would be a focus on integrating ELA and social studies on Monday, Wednesday, math science on Tuesday, Thursday, fine arts and electives on Friday. The requirement, again, is 4 hours for secondary and 3 hours for elementary. We have built in that time for tutorials, for parents to be able to make contact with a teacher, for students to get homework help. So all of that is built into the schedule.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. So I'll be going over the academic calendar and the recommendation of the academic calendar for the 2020-21 school year. So as Mr. Cardona stated, our first day of instruction would move to September 8th, and our last day of instruction would remain the same, June 3rd. What we've done is converted October 23rd, January 5th, March 5th, and April 5th to regular school days. So this is changing from the regular calendar that we approved in February. All campuses, like Dr. Ruiz-Mills stated, will meet the instruction minutes required by TEA, 75,600 minutes at all levels. So this is great for our instructional staff as well. They'll still report on August 14th, with the first day of school moving to September 8th. Important dates for our community. So tonight, July 20th, we're presenting our reopening plan to the school board. On July 28th, if our families can write this date down, we as a district will distribute a student survey on the preferred learning model. As Dr. Ruiz-Mills mentioned, we will have two options, on-campus and remote learning. So on this survey, you will be able to decide your learning method, which will go into effect at a later date, and I will explain with the timeline. On this date, the district will also host virtual meetings for our families. If you have questions, concerns, or trying to decide between on-campus and remote learning, we'll host a session in the morning, afternoon, and evening on that day to answer any questions you may have. On August 4th, the student survey closes. On August 17th, the learning model reconsideration form goes live. So according to TEA guidelines, we must give our families 2 weeks prior to the first day of school an option, or to decide what option they are choosing. So for staffing purposes, we're going to close the student survey on August 4th. You can still change your mind by August 25th through the reconsideration window. But we're asking families, please, to select an option by August 4th so we can have our staff ready and prepared for you if you do choose on-campus learning. More important dates. July 31st, for our staff, it is the due date for staff accommodation requests to HR for review. Phase 1, staff reports to work with safety precautions in place. So the reason why we put mid-August, so teachers report back August 14th, but IAs, child nutrition staff, transportation staff, they report on a different day. Our HR department will be contacting them with a reminder on their contract start date. Phase 2, so for San Marcos CISD families, our first day of school is September 8th. All San Marcos CISD students will be participating in remote learning beginning this day. On October 5th, so the previous survey that we mentioned, the learning model choice goes into effect. And this date is subject to change, which I will explain here in a little bit. But if you chose to attend San Marcos on campus, this would be your first day in class in a real building in San Marcos CISD, October 5th. So November 2nd is an important day, and like I said, I'll explain that here in a little bit. But tonight, we're asking the Board of Trustees to provide the superintendent with the authority to extend remote learning by up to 4 additional weeks, ending October 30th, pending COVID-19 cases. And I'll break these phases down little by little. So we'll start with phase 1. San Marcos CISD staff members begin to return mid-August. Like I explained, different position, different start date. But our teachers report back on August 14th. They'll report back to a campus, and professional development will begin on August 17th. Social distancing will be in full effect, and masks will be provided for all staff and we'll have several options of masks to choose from, and Mr. Wozniak will explain that a little later on. For our students, we will provide a mask for every student as well, and they will have a choice of mask as well. So, as Dr. Ruiz-Mills mentioned, we're moving to Canvas district-wide. So our staff who is not familiar with Canvas will receive extensive training on the platform for those 3 weeks. Phase 2, our first day of school, September 8th in San Marcos CISD. Remote instruction begins for all students and will last for 4 weeks of remote instruction. And there's a little asterisk next to it, which, subject to an extension, which I'll explain on the next slide. Teachers will teach from their classrooms using web conferencing technology. Every student will have a device with our expansion of the one-to-one program. Hotspots will be provided to families with increased capacity, so you can have faster internet speed with our new hotspots. So we've listened to our families, and we're going to provide you with a better hotspot. The only way we as a district will know if you need a hotspot is if you share that information on the survey we send out next week. So please let us know of those types of needs.
I was down for 3 hours today.
Phase 3. So this is where your learning choice model goes into effect based on the survey answer you provided to the district. Families that chose remote learning for their preferred method of learning, their student will continue with SMCISD's remote learning on October 5th. No changes necessary. For families that chose SMCISD's on-campus as their preferred method, October 5th will be the first day of on-campus, in-person instruction. This day is subject to change. Why is that? So TEA guidelines allows districts to offer strictly remote for the first 4 weeks, which is what we are doing in San Marcos. So as of today, our first day of on-campus instruction is scheduled for October 5th. Tonight, we are requesting the Board of Trustees provide the superintendent with the authority to extend remote learning for up to 4 additional weeks per TEA guidelines. So if our county does not see a decline in COVID-19 cases, the superintendent has the ability to extend remote learning through October 30th for all students. A reconsideration window will open in mid-October if parents choose to change their method of learning for the second 9 weeks. So if I'm a parent in this district and I chose remote learning for the first 9 weeks, we don't want to confine you to that method of learning. If you want to make the transition during the second 9 weeks, this is where the reconsideration window will benefit you, and vice versa. If you participated on campus and want to transition to remote learning, this reconsideration window will allow you to do so. Next is our teaching and learning update.
So in either environment, on campus or remote, students will have access to a TEKS-aligned curriculum. And our curriculum specialist will show you later on a semester-long syllabus and a scope and sequence for our different content areas, along with lessons that they have developed using the TEKS resource system that we've spoken about over the course of the last 3 years. But purposeful planning has gone into play, as Ms. Owens spoke about earlier, where we are integrating contents and skills that may have been lost during this time of remote learning back in March. As we begin the year, you'll see that we will focus on professional development. We will emphasize and plan accordingly all of the technology and the resources available so teachers can use as they are providing instruction. Again, some of our resources are IXL, Lexia, Dreambox. Mr. Cardona spoke of Edgenuity. We have access to that for grades 6 through 12. ICEV is also the platform that CTE can use in addition to Edgenuity. And these programs will allow us to track student engagement and participation daily, as well as our LMS Canvas, because again, as mentioned earlier, earlier, that will help provide our ADA requirement for attendance. Professional learning will also be embedded throughout the year, so we can hone in on our technology reinforcements for our teachers, as well as supporting teachers in developing robust lessons. We will include social emotional learning components, which will be interwoven into the lessons to support our students, and we'll also continue to provide instructional materials and accommodations for our English language learners and our students with disabilities.
Good evening. I'd like to give you a few more details about some of the programs. If you can move to the, do I move it? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, for our dual language and bilingual students, content is being translated with language supports embedded into the lessons and resources being provided in our learning platforms for students and parents. We will work to increase the fidelity in using high-quality digital programs to provide additional academic support and acceleration. For instance, Dreambox. There's a literacy program that we are currently looking at. These things will be in place as soon as possible. In addition to the PD that all staff will receive, bilingual and dual language teachers will also participate in bridging languages. That's for dual language pre-K through 4 teachers, Spanish language development and English language development, content and language supports, oracy in English, LPAC process, and migrant education. Then for our students receiving special education services, all services and accommodations will be offered and provided as needed, whether in person, remotely, or a combination of the two. Decisions are being made with families on a case-by-case basis. Any parent choosing remote learning will have a review ARD to determine what those services will look like. In addition to district-wide professional development, special education teachers will participate in PD on effective co-teach and differentiation in both the virtual classroom and in-person environments. Students enrolled in CTE courses will access, as Dr. Louise Mills mentioned, industry-based certification programs and virtual platforms remotely using a variety of programs, including Edgenuity, ICEV, Certiport, Milady, which is a cosmetology online platform, My Brady Lab, which is for our medical EMT students, and others. CTE teachers will innovate delivery of instruction to allow students to see the demonstration of hands-on skills. And then lastly, our social, emotional, and mental health supports. Lessons are currently being developed by the Director of Social Emotional Learning and the counseling team to align content in common themes from pre-K through 12th grade, which unifies everybody across the district. This will help support families who have children in multiple grade levels during both remote and in-person learning. The counseling team will also deliver professional development for teachers on the SEL competencies and lessons, and they are working to build adult SEL capacity and counseling strategies and resources for families. The SEL counselors will model how to embed SEL in the classroom for both remote and in-person learning for our teachers. And counseling services during remote learning and in-person learning will include mental health check-ins, opportunities for self-reflection, goal setting, and planned virtual social interaction opportunities.
Good evening, school board. I spent quite a bit of time last month talking to you about safety, so this is kind of a review and a summary of where we are currently. So we will have dividers placed in designated areas. We're currently purchasing approximately 4,000 dividers, along with making some custom-made dividers. We will have face masks, disposable, face masks, cloth, and face shields for every employee and student in the district. As I stated last month, We have the unique opportunity to have the disinfecting machines on every campus, so that'll allow us to quickly disinfect all areas. We'll have hand sanitizing stations set up throughout the building. We've ordered mass amounts of hand sanitizer, and we will continue to do so throughout the summer. We already have quite a bit of signage at all our facilities, and we'll continue to provide that along with some custom signs at the elementary level. And then we'll have, again, cleaning teams, and we will train teachers when they come back exactly what our expectations are for disinfecting. Next slide, please. So for transportation, face masks will be required for everyone. Because of the nature of the bus, most likely the windows will be open almost all the time because of the ventilation concerns. We will, even though TEA backed off of the social guidelines for buses, they didn't mention it at all in their last report, but we will continue to use social distancing on the bus, as well as very strict disinfecting procedures that we'll train our bus drivers in when they come back in August.
The cafeteria is obviously one of the more problematic spaces where everyone gathers. We do have the ability right now for students who are learning remotely to continue to pick up meals curbside. So that takes care of that portion of our population. But for those students who are on campus, when they return, it'll look different at every single campus based on the spaces available. But these are the principles that all campuses will have in common. Number one, there will be protective equipment for all employees. Number two, every campus will use a staggered release. So if you've been in a middle school, the stampede to the cafeteria won't quite look like that. We are going to bring students down in a systematic way. We are going to have to end the food deliveries. And at the high school, that's been a tradition, but that's something bringing people onto our campuses is not healthy for us right now. Yeah. So we're going to stop food deliveries. We will be using all open spaces on a campus, so a courtyard outside this window, whatever's available. It will not be the traditional cafeteria space and cafeteria tables. We're going to use all open spaces. And then again, obviously a thorough cleaning in between every use of the cafeteria and the spaces that are used for eating, so that when we bring students down in a staggered way, that the space is healthy for them.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Cardona. I'm Marcy Baez, Assistant Superintendent of HR. This slide reflects that I just want to echo Mr. Cardona's sentiment and gratitude for all of our child nutrition workers, custodian workers, everyone that's worked through since the inception of the pandemic, and that's on campuses, off campuses. So what we're going to continue to do is employees will self-screen for COVID symptoms before coming on to any San Marcos CISD campus facility every day. And then we'll continue to practice approved environment cleaning, disinfection, hand hygiene, and respiratory etiquette. Should we have a positive diagnosis of COVID, we will follow TEA regulations. Again, be reminded that this is a fluid situation and flexibility is important, but we will continue to seek guidance and ensure the safety of our staff and our students. We highly encourage staff and employees to contact our office directly. We will walk folks right through the process, whether it's screening, exposure, positive test results, and any type of leave that goes with that.
This next slide identifies the different processes that HR has put in place since the start of the pandemic. Each case is handled case by case, working with our Office of Human Resource until the employee returns to work or until they seek guidance from our office. And also, we, as Mr. Fernandez mentioned, our office will send out communication regarding ADA for staff, and also send out communication regarding calendars and our employee assistance program offered to our staff.
Madam President, Superintendent Cardona, members of the board, in addition to the rigorous professional development that we'll be offering teachers, we'll be expanding our resource offerings for parents, focusing on the 4 items. The Read Write tool, product that we purchased mid last year designed to help everyone engage with digital content in a way that meets their abilities and their learning styles. It offers language supports and accommodations for those students that need them. Clever is our single sign-on portal. So think of a website with one password that you have to use to access all of our digital tools. Students here don't actually use a password. They have a QR code that they present to the camera, and it lets them into Clever so they can access all their digital tools. We'll be offering how-tos and training videos for parents on how to access Clever. The read-write tool, Canvas, has been interwoven throughout this whole presentation. We want to make sure that parents and guardians really understand what the online digital classroom looks like and what they're able to do and the insight they have into the learning that's going on in the classroom and the instruction that's being provided. So we'll also provide how-tos and training videos for Canvas. One of the big focuses for us is introducing parents and families to digital citizenship. With this focus in mind, the goal is to ensure that they understand the different components like internet safety, digital footprints, reputation, and privacy and security. Next slide. So this is an example or two screenshots from our learning management system, which we've been referring to as Canvas. It's an online classroom. We wanted to make sure that there is a consistent learning experience pre-K through 12. This is the tool that's going to help us do that. We also wanted something that would provide anytime, anywhere access to learning materials, and something that would easily allow us to track learner progress and performance. In addition to that, it's very robust. It has a lot of features, so it allows us to really personalize learning for students. I'm going to turn it over now to the district curriculum specialist. They're going to walk through a sample lesson from elementary and a sample lesson from secondary.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to share with you our elementary learning platform and what it looks like. Can y'all see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about in depth about Canvas. There will be a pre-K version of Canvas, and it will be even simpler than the one I'm showing you. This is our elementary. We did listen to a lot of parent feedback, so we did understand how difficult it was for some parents to navigate. So what you will see tonight is the elementary template that is very clean and very easy for parents. On the left-hand side, the only buttons that they will see is home, grades, and modules. As you move through, they see the banner, and all 7 elementaries will hold the same banner for equity so that they'll know it doesn't matter which school you're at, it looks the same. So if a student transfers, the Canvas course still looks the same. They will see the weeks of instruction. They only need to click on the current week that they're in, and these will move so that it only shows you 4 weeks at a time. They don't have to go searching when we get farther into the school year. This is a quick snapshot of exactly what they will see. Also on the elementary template, it has parent options and parent help. So as a Canvas parent, there are videos and tutorials for the parents that they can watch. So there's one on getting started, one on using Canvas, one on navigation. There's a communications button, and there's also a Canvas mobile app that students and parents can get. So these are all right at the fingertips of the parents, and you'll notice that it's clean. There aren't any tools for them really to see, and it's very streamlined and very easy. From this point, I would like to take you into, I'm going to leave the student view, and we're going to go into what a teacher would see. I'm sorry, there's some things on the screen. Okay, on the left-hand side, you see now where this is what the teacher's view would be. So there are many, many more options for the teachers, but we didn't want the parents to have to see these and go through all of these. So they're hidden on the student view. What you're seeing now is the teacher's view. And when you go into the module, it's very clean looking. All of these can be hidden or opened so that the teacher has a clean view. And we'll start with introduction to the course. And I will turn this over to Ms. Dela Cruz at this point, and she'll continue explaining what the teacher sees.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for allowing us to share this evening. We are super excited about the Canvas platform, and we know our elementary teachers are going to jump in with both feet and be ready to use this platform. This first page, as Ms. Seaton said, is a kind of an introduction page, a welcome page. And the nice thing for the students and the teacher is as they're working down at the bottom, the next button moves them to the next page. So at the very beginning of each week, there'll be an introduction that the teacher can customize to their liking for their classroom, give an overview of expectations as well as what they're going to be working on for the week. Next, we have a huge expectation and focus on goal setting with students. And so the students will have an opportunity to set goals for the week, and those goals will be there on their Canvas page for them to look at. Following that, as we've stated this evening, social emotional learning is a big component for all of our students and staff. And so there is a page directly here for social emotional learning, the lessons for the students and activities that they'll be able to interact with throughout the week. Next, we get into our content areas. This first one is math. And so first listed is the essential question, which lets the students know what they're going to be learning for the day. Next, we have a warm-up. In this instance, you'll see a number sense activity and then the integration of Flipgrid for students to be able to respond to that math warm-up. Following that is the mini lesson. This is where the teacher can embed their video as well as a video from many of our learning platforms. We use Envision for elementary math, and the link here is to an Envision video that gives the students a little bit of background into the content. This is the next page where the teacher can add additional content, a video explaining the process that they're going through, which would be something that they could have recorded during live teaching and then uploaded, or also one that they could have prepared in advance, and then some practice using some Avid strategies as well. And then an opportunity for students to do some independent practice, gives them some questions to work on, as well as some instructions from the teacher. And finally, another important component of instruction is formative assessment and exit ticket. So this is an opportunity for the students to solve a problem based on the content that they've been learning. And then there's a link to a Google form for them to submit their exit ticket, which goes directly to the teacher, and then the teacher will be able to provide feedback from there. And then there's some opportunities for some online independent practice as well. The nice thing, one of the links here is for IXL, where the teacher can watch as the students are working live on IXL and provide immediate feedback to that. The data also goes directly to the teacher to be able to provide feedback and add additional supports through this online platform. The same would be for any of our online platforms that we use, Lexia, Dreambox, IXL, all of those have that capability. And then next, we're going to show you just a quick example for ELAR as well as after this. Again, you'll notice that the ELAR is going to follow the same lesson design as the math to give students that consistency and families that consistency as they're looking at it. First is your essential question. And then we'll go through the different ELRA components. We have the interactive read aloud. We've been able to link the books directly in here. So as children will click on those live links, it'll take them directly to the book that they can read or that will be read to them. Next, we have a discussion embedded within this, and during this, the students can type a reply in the bottom and submit that, and that information goes directly to the teacher, and students can also reply to each other during a discussion. And then this is the link for the shared reading activity that each classroom would have each day. And again, a link directly to the book to be read to them. We also have our handwriting without tears lesson, which is embedded here, and then some practice for students to do independently after they watch that video. And then next we have our writer's workshop component with a writing prompt in a Google Doc that students can respond to. The phonics lesson follows that. Again, an embedded video, and then a Kahoot game for students to work on vocabulary for the week. And that would be science embedded vocabulary there as well. And each of those lesson templates follows the same for each core content area, and it is by day and by week, so students can easily access that with the next button at the bottom, and they can go back with the previous button. It's a really seamless platform for them, and we're continuing to develop things to make it user-friendly for all of our students. And as Ms. Seaton stated at the beginning, there is a pre-K one in the works as well that'll be even more simplified than what you saw with elementary. We're going to turn it over to Ms. Ziger now. She's going to go over the secondary template with you. Thank you so much.
Who's talking? Is that Dela Cruz? Okay, Trista Dela Cruz. That's what I thought.
Wendy, you're muted, Wendy.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. David Abdel is actually going to help me with this presentation. But I wanted to show you our landing page looks a little different than elementary because in the secondary, every teacher and every subject is going to have their own Canvas page. But every Canvas page is going to be the same in Blueprint. So when a student logs into their home page, they're going to have their school, like here's a welcome to our class. This is what it's about. Communication, some expectations, anything extra, tutorial times, class schedule. This is every single teacher is going to have a page that starts like this at home. There can be announcements in here, like Mr. Abdel used this for his summer school course. He weekly kind of just made little notes for them. But the meat of their time is going to be spent in this modules. And to save time, instead of showing you one per every single subject area, all of the content areas came together and kind of created one master so that you can kind of look and see what it's going to look like. So in here in this section, we have a syllabus that we can open up, and it gets into a little more detail about what that course looks like. It's a little lagging. We can go to the next button, or if you go back to modules, I have a pacing calendar, and this is just a general calendar of what the school year looks like, when the units are, when the tests are expected, holidays, any screeners. It's just kind of a snapshot that a student and a parent could follow along if they're out or they've missed, just so that they know, what's next. Let me close. And then we also have a detailed unit calendar. So this would be for the parent that wants to know more, that really, and the student that wants to know more. This is exactly what my unit 1 is over. This is the test date. These are the TEKs that it covers. And then it breaks it down into generalizations. This is what we're learning in this unit so that they have a better understanding of what's going on. And then also on these calendars, and this one doesn't have it, I know that we've also entered here possible COVID gaps. So we have that kind of filtered in here too, so that those things are not forgotten as we're going through. There is actually a discussion board where you can pose discussion questions that students would follow along with. And then there's also a grade tracking. So if we wanted to look what our grades are looking like for our students, parents, students can see what's out there. When it comes to the actual modules, I'm going to show you two different ones. This first one's a social studies module, and David's going to walk you through it since this is one from him. And then I'm going to show you a math one that actually takes you to an external link so that students can work outside of Canvas, but have Canvas as their initial landing platform.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through what a sample lesson may look like, but first I want to explain a module can be set up. A module is essentially a home for your content, your assessment, and anything you're giving to the students to do. So you can set up for an entire unit, you can set it up for just a week, so the teacher has the ability to customize it. We are going to preload every teacher's classroom with modules set up by their units to make it easy to understand. But from there, they can adjust it based on the needs of their classroom. So let's see what a sample lesson at secondary might look like. The first page of this assignment, as you can see, it's dated, and the title is what we're going to be learning about. We like to have it dated so that if a student happens to miss anything on a Monday or a Tuesday, they know what day they can see exactly what they missed. You'll see the first thing posted are the essential question, learning objective, and language objectives, so that students know what they're going to be learning that day. They know how they're going to be learning it as well. Along with, you'll see steps 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's a brief summary of the steps they're going to have to complete this assignment for the day. So we move on to the second page. The second page of this lesson is the content delivery. You'll see instructions to go to Join PD. Pear Deck is a way that teachers can present slides of content where everyone can log in. So you can be at home or in the classroom and still entertaining that teacher-led instruction at the exact same time. You can also set it for student pace, so those students that are going to access it later on, they have the opportunity to do the same thing. And within this Pear Deck session, you'll see there are embedded questions. So as I'm going along and I'm teaching the class, I can stop and there's going to be a question that pops up on the student's page that everyone needs to answer. And I, the teacher, can then look at that in real time and assess whether or not we're getting it or I need to go over it yet again. We have some marks in here wherever the teacher is going to have them link externally to, say, a video or an article. We have that marked so that students understand exactly what they need to do when they reach that. The second page, this is a discussion question. Students are going to be asked to engage in classroom discussions, whether they be at home or in the class, or everyone at home for those first 4 weeks. One, this helps with keeping that class kind of together and helping them engage with one another. The second thing, it also helps with reading, writing, and language skills. So there'll be a prompt, and the students have to respond to that prompt as well as respond to other classmates. So once again, we're keeping that traditional classroom dialogue available online. The next is a short assessment about the learning that they've done. This way the teacher can address any gaps that may come up after they review the short assessment. And then the next 2 pages are what we call extensions and modifications. We have students that are thirsty for more information or just need some other way of having some of that content presented to them. So the teacher can put on here links to videos, links to articles, other places to get information outside of the scope of what they had created content-wise for those students that either need help with an explanation or want to move ahead and learn more about a topic. And the last page is going to be modifications. Any students that need either visual, auditory, or language supports, the teacher can list ways that the content can be modified on this modifications page, so the students can click right on it and understand how they can modify that lesson. So all of these are going to be packaged into every lesson that's delivered so that we have the full scope of what students would have in a classroom digitally.
So
Thank you. Okay, and I just wanted to show you a sample for the math lessons. This is another way. We had a lot of complaints that teachers were going out to different websites, and so this makes them all have one single landing platform. So they would still come into Canvas, but what this particular lesson does is it uses Edgenuity that Mr. Cardona was talking about. And Edgenuity is an awesome program that we've used in the past for credit recovery because it's a full encompassing program with online lessons and different modules. So basically what we've done here is we've just put in a document that tells the students this is what your objective is for the day. And then instead of doing our work inside here in Canvas, we're going to direct you to Edgenuity, going through Clever, and it gives them this is what your page is going to look like when you get there, and then start on the warm-up and begin the lessons. And the teachers are able to actually specify what modules or components they want them to do in Edgenuity. And I selected the first 4, and it gives you the time that it paces. And so it allows us to assess students as they're going through each module so we can show that they have engagement. This page also reminds them when they can come in for tutorials and where they can get extra help. And then if they're still struggling, the next page is back in Canvas. And so there's some embedded Khan Academy videos that are just additional help if they want, if they're thirsting for more knowledge or they just are a little confused about something and don't want to reach out and speak with the teacher. And then our very last thing for this day would be a culminating discussion board. And so it's writing a 2-variable linear equation, gives them an example, and it asks them to post comments on others, and so it's just a great way for you to do an exit ticket and really assess engagement. And they can post questions if they're still not understanding something. But it's just another way that we can use Canvas to reach out to our other programs. We could put links in there to iExcel or any other external link that we want those students to go to, but it has them all starting at the Canvas platform so that the parents aren't confused and everybody knows where they need to be. We do have other subjects in here. They're pretty much the same. Like I said, you won't see multiple subjects when you first click on this. It'll only be for that specific teacher. I do want to point out that when they're not going to see all of this on the side, they will see a student view. The student view is less cluttered, but I can't show you some of those pages because I don't have a true student account, so I had to show it to you through the other one. So it's less for the, to look at. And then your dashboard on the side, I just want to point this out as well. Since our secondary student, no, let me leave student view. Since your secondary student does not have one specific, when they go out here to the dashboard, they will see 6, 7, 8 courses actually listed out here, and there'll be one for every subject that they would click on. So that's how they would get specifically into the course that they needed to get on. And I think that's it.
So that concludes our pandemic entry plan, and we will take any questions at this time.
Mr. Redondo asked to speak. Other trustee can follow him.
I don't know whether she can see us, but.
Thank you, Madam Board President and Superintendent Cardona and staff for compiling this presentation. I just want to echo what Ms. Cantu and Superintendent Cardona have stated. I cannot imagine the time and effort and energy that it's taken for you to this plan and to take into consideration all of the different variables that the citizenry and board members and community stakeholders have asked you to take into consideration. On that note, my questions are strictly in reference to the proposed plan, and that is the first one being in regards to teachers teaching remotely from their classrooms if they are facilitating at-home instruction. So if we have a faculty member who has children themselves, are we asking them, if I heard correctly, to report to campus to stand in an empty classroom to facilitate remote instruction at home for students who are at home, or how does that work?
I guess it'll depend on the situation. So we're going to survey our teachers also, so we can find out, right? Is that the plan? Yeah.
So as a follow-up, then I would assume that any faculty member, any teacher who chooses to have their children receive remote instruction from home would then be afforded the opportunity to teach remotely from home as well.
So we're asking that they teach from the classroom, bringing their children to their classroom, their own children.
Okay.
And it's a case-by-case scenario.
Personally, just full disclosure, I have significant issues with that, but I just wanted to hear if that was the proposal right now as presented by the administration. My second question, Mr. Cardona, is about the introduction to the reentry plan. So for my colleagues on the board and for those who are referencing the document, it referenced that the ISD will take into consideration COVID-19 numbers in regards to opening up the schools in September or delaying 4 additional weeks. Mr. Superintendent, it's my understanding that there is no scheduled COVID-19 testings in the county at this time. Obviously, there are private healthcare providers that residents and community members can go see for COVID-19 testing, but the testing that had occurred at the football stadium and at the Hayes Performing Arts Center effectively ended through the Texas Division of Emergency Management. So I'm curious to know what data will we be using to gauge whether it is safe to reopen our schools in September if community-wide testing is no longer going to be facilitated?
Well, Mr. Wozniak still meets with county and city officials and has access to data through the city and county, so he can echo that or disagree. But we also are part of a, I guess, 2-week conference call of superintendents from Hayes County, so Dripping Springs, Wimberley, Hayes, and ourselves, who will be meeting with the chief of staff for Hayes County to get additional data. So just because we're not doing that testing doesn't mean we won't have access to other information through the county and the city.
And will that information be COVID-19 testing? Again, I guess my question is what data would we be using then to gauge it is safe to return to school? I would assume that what we've been using so far is the number of transmissions, those who've tested positive, those who've recovered, those who are hospitalized or released from the hospital. So my concern is without community-wide testing, which the plan references to that this plan is contingent on some type of plan for increased testing. So I guess I'm curious as to what that plan would be or what data we would be.
Well, we will continue. We meet weekly with Hayes County, and we're also part of a task force. And so Eric Schneider updates those numbers daily. And so before, if you remember, before we had this little run of testing, which again, we could see that in the very near future. We don't know yet what the plans are for the county, but before we had that, we basically took it as on the basis of if somebody had symptoms, right? They went and they got tested, and that's where our numbers come from. So it's going to be just kind of an ebb and flow of how much testing is available versus the personal decision to go get tested with your physician or at a medical facility. So it's constantly changing, but the numbers that we have to go on really are our county numbers and whether we're rising or whether we're falling. And as you know, we're continuing to rise here weekly.
Yeah, and this will be my last question, at least on this topic, Ms. Cantu, and I'll let my colleagues weigh in. Again, Mr. Wozniak, I agree that this is an ever-evolving and changing situation, but I guess just for the purposes of it being on the record tonight during the meeting, free testing, which our community is 20% uninsured, so they were utilizing free testing facilitated by the county en masse, and we saw that. There's no plan to do continued testing. So if we're just looking at positive cases in the county, if we decrease testing, those numbers are going to organically go down because not as many people are getting tested. So I hope the administration keeps that in mind when we talk about whether or not we're a hotspot any longer. We're not going to have testing, at least right now, for the foreseeable future. So as we continue to talk about the ISD possibly opening in September, I hope my colleagues on the board and the administration keep that in mind, that as of right now, there is no more free community-wide testing scheduled for Hays County.
Next, Trustee Costilla.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. First of all, thanks for everybody's work on this. I just have a couple of questions. In regards to the Canvas, specifically at the secondary level, are y'all going to be administering exams to those students through the Canvas process?
So during remote instruction, as we utilize Canvas, there will be forms of authentic assessment embedded in there. And so if you recall, we had an assessment tab. That's where students will answer questions. And so pertaining to those unit lessons. We'll also be doing our beginning of year screeners, and we're working with our NWEA MAP screener. And TEA is releasing for secondary level if we want to see where skill gaps occurred. And those will have some remote options as well to do some testing on there.
Regarding the resources, as far as teaching parents the process, have no doubt that you all have discussed the issue regarding that some parents might not be able to understand even the process. So how are we going to approach that with some parents not being, specifically those parents at the elementary level who need to be really attending to those students? There are some individuals that you can give them a computer and they're not going to be able to really access it and know how. So how are we going to address those?
Mr. Navarez will be working with his educational technology team, and he can speak to that.
Okay.
Sure, so we'll be providing resources, videos that they can follow along with, how-to documents in print, so if they want to read that. We'll also be translating documents into Spanish for all of those non-English speakers.
That's what I was going to ask also. Is that going to be a Spanish translation there that they're going to be able to read?
Yes, ma'am. Everything that we put out will be in English and Spanish,
Okay.
either auditorily or visual on paper.
Okay. Is there going to be somewhere in there that a parent can comment, I'm not understanding, or I need help, or can somebody, so that way somebody, either a teacher or somebody, can connect with them and show them. Some people are visual learners versus written procedures, you know, so is there going to be some ways that they can do that?
Yes, for sure. So there are multiple modes for communicating. We have school status that they can reach out and communicate directly with the teacher. They can do it from within Canvas. If they're not comfortable utilizing the texting feature, the teacher can also utilize videos and video record a response to the parent. In addition to that, we can hold some virtual sessions, virtual professional development sessions that we can invite parents to and the community to, so that we can offer them any type of support that we personalize the learning for them. So Q&A sessions, walkthroughs, things of that nature.
Parent liaisons.
Parent liaisons.
Definitely.
Yeah, starting on Tuesday, we'll be holding weekly sessions and available in English and in Spanish. So that parents have that one-to-one support. And I do speak Spanish, and I'm available for parents to call me. I will call parents, and I'll be available to help, as well as campus support. But every single week through TLA, we will be holding weekly virtual meetings for the parents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, following up on, I got one more question, Ms. Cantu. Following up on Mr. Redondo's, as far as the schedule, you mentioned that, and I think Mr. Fernandez made the presentation regarding the calendar, that possibly going virtual through October the 30th, possibly. And I'm assuming that you're going to be making that determination or based on what's happening out there in our community when it comes to COVID and the numbers that are coming in. Or is it something that if we say yes through October the 30th, it's going to be automatic? Or is it something that you're going to be monitoring and say, okay, so is through September the 8th through the end of September, and then October the 5th we go
Back to campus.
or have the families that want to. So what is that plan? Is that if everything's okay, we go back October the 5th completely? Do we stay, if we have to stay in October the 30th, what happens after October the 30th? Do we go back fully, or is it a selection process again by a parent?
So the plan we just presented was the plan for both. So if we make a decision to go to October 30th, I just heard the curriculum people say we've embedding syllabus to get us through, we're actually embedding syllabus to get us through the semester on a remote plan.
Either remote or on campus?
I can't answer maybe what if.
No, I understand,
So, like-
but just presupposing. But what my question is that if, I know you say that they presented it, but that's what I'm saying is that if we finish the semester, the fall semester, it could be that we finish it with half and half, or whoever wants to be on campus or remote. Is that what you're saying?
In a perfect world, we need to start getting kids back by October 5th and transitioning them back onto
Right.
campus.
Okay, but not completely all at one time.
We may have some parents that choose not to for a semester. They may choose to keep their kids in, and we'll work with them to keep them in the system.
What if you have it the other way, to where more parents want to have them on campus, and there's not going to be enough social distancing as far as classrooms are concerned?
We've talked about that. We've, looked at potential. We have facility space, right? Rodriguez has space available, Mendez has space available, Hernandez has space available. It is possible that we potentially could ship kids to different schools to maintain social distancing. We've talked about all these plans. And
One of the questions that keep popping up from individuals that my encounters out there or try, but the phone rings, is that specifically at the high school, and I think I mentioned this to you,
the high school has the most room for us to do stuff. We have a SAC out there, we have 3 gyms, we have.
And I understand that. My reference is to curriculum guides, like you have math, you have English, you have science. So what's going to happen if a student has to go from one room? Is that something how are you going to handle that? If they have to
You
go
mean
from one?
kids not moving?
Yes. Are
Potentially.
they going to stay where they're supposed to stay?
We've talked about making teachers the floating teachers.
Okay.
We have talked about
So
that.
they would be the floating teacher, and not the students moving from classroom to. I'll give the floor to somebody else. I have some other questions.
Ms. Cantu, I have a few questions. Is that okay if I go now? Okay, I'm going to assume she said yes. I have 3 questions, and I don't know who these go to, but first, I got a draft plan Friday that talked about returning to school September 28th in person, and then an amended plan today which talked about October 5th, and then for the first time today mentioned the board's discretion, our discretion, to extend that remote learning for an additional 4 weeks, which would have the first day of school being November 2nd. And so I don't, first just fundamentally, we're not agendized, right, to vote tonight. We didn't even have this power when the agenda was posted. I'm not interested, and this is more for my colleagues and the superintendent. The TEA gave us that discretion. I'm not interested in abdicating it tonight. We are going to meet in August. We're going to meet in September. Is there a reason you want in July, when cases locally, at least new cases, have flattened or gone slightly down, is there a reason on July, whatever we are, 20th, I have to make a decision about whether kids go to school on October 30th?
I think it's mainly just to get the information out or the authority. I mean, we had 7 days when we shifted in March. I mean, you didn't have any time to make a decision that I made.
Right.
So, I mean, we're trying to be more proactive with y'all. Literally, he sent the email. The commissioner was on a conference call with us at 1. The Texas Tribune article came out, and we were like, he didn't even talk about any of this stuff. Like, our board would have liked to have known they potentially might have the authority to like extend the time. So this was an all me deal. I just told Andrew had asked that question, and I was like, it's better just to get it out there, and then we can move it to August. We can move it whatever. Yeah, it was just a.
All right, and my second area of question. This is for elementary school. I'm concerned about under the reentry plan what a day looks like for a third grader. Are they going to be, and some of this might be, I was told that social media, I can't believe everything I see. So it's kind of a stark vision that my third grader is going to, I have a fourth grader, but my hypothetical third grader is going to be wearing a mask in a plexiglass box, not going to recess, not going to art, not going to PE, and eating at their desk. Is that the vision of what the return to school looks like, or
I would say you've got about half that right. Yes, to the mask, obviously. But if you can picture a classroom, if we just anticipated that, 12 kids were in an elementary classroom, there's enough desks without any plexiglass already. The point of the plexiglass would be if we had to make them like quads or to increase the capacity of each room. But as far as we know, TEA, when they came out, they said recess is recommended.
Okay.
We just have to be very careful how we treat playground equipment, how to separate kids when they're out there. We definitely want to continue on with specials. What we put in one of our, the bigger plan that we have, this was kind of a summary, was that when possible, specials teachers will come to the room unless it makes sense to go to them. In that case, would be a situation where maybe that room is so much bigger than the classroom that it would make sense to possibly go to that music room. But when feasible, the specials teachers will come to us. So yes, recess will continue and specials will continue.
And if a child is on a 504 receiving individual intervention but learning remotely, would they have the option to come on campus for that intervention, that pull-out instruction, or would all of that have to be remote if they were remote?
So during the first 4 weeks, because we're starting everyone remotely, that intervention will be done remotely. If we extend to remote for an additional 4 weeks, we have the option as well to bring in specific student populations if they need to receive intensive or intervention support as well. But the first 4 weeks, everyone is remote.
And my last question, and I'll yield the floor, is, but we're scheduled to host, just for instance, New Braunfels for a football game on August 28th. Is that going to happen, or when are we making those decisions?
Well, UIL will have a lot to do with it, so.
But presuming UIL doesn't cancel statewide.
UIL is going to do something by this week. We don't know what that will be. Coach Walsh, who was on the call earlier, talked about he has a straight line to the executive director, and pushing back everything a month is what the last he heard. So August 25th will become September 25th. But just a reminder, whatever happens with UIL, it would be like when we're out for summer. Typically when we come back in August, volleyball's already competed like 20 games. So I'm envisioning, even if they push back, that they're still going to start at some point. And I know we've canceled, Coach Walsh canceled the Pearland volleyball tournament because I was still set to go on. And he was like, we're not sending kids right now, so we'll wait for more UIL guidance. But we've heard 1 month pushback.
All right. And then just generally, I think y'all all worked really hard and have been working really hard all summer, and it's a monumental task. I just know as a parent, from what I saw of remote instructions in the spring, which everyone worked real hard on as well, what you're seeing, what you're showing today is very encouraging, but I'm interested to see how much fidelity there is in adoption all the way through. Like, is this what it's going to look like for every instructor? Is this what it's going to look like for every kid? And I know y'all are watching that too, but I'm concerned that what I see from classroom teacher 3 at the high school or what have you. It's going to be a mixed bag across that, and not everything will be as encouraging as what we saw tonight. So I hope that everybody proves me wrong, but that's the last I have.
I have something. Oh. Glenn.
Yeah, both of us. Go ahead.
And was next.
Go ahead, Margie.
Me? Did she say? Anyway, my question, I don't know who it is for, but can you tell me what it's going to be like for Bonham? I mean, because these are little ones, they don't.
Yes. First, I'd like to share with you that during our remote learning, we had honestly a surprising level of engagement with our pre-K students. Elohia Martinez, who was at that time the assistant principal, and Jennifer Gonzalez, who was the principal then, worked very hard to develop lessons that were similar to the elementary, but very engaging. And so that is kind of the same idea, but just as you saw tonight, taking those even further to make sure that students are engaged in exploratory learning and connected to content, using the digital tools that they have access to, and the teachers really working to connect with kids every day. The schedule will look very similar to elementary, and I think we're going to see great success with that, considering the circumstances.
I'm going to go next. I don't have any questions. I'm just amazed at the amount of work and the planning that Mr. Cardona and everyone that's worked on this. It's just, I mean, presentation was short compared to the amount of work that y'all have done, and I'm excited to see, what the teachers are able to do, and I'm sure they'll rise to the occasion. I just thank all of y'all for the hard work that you've done.
Ms. Saul?
Yes, thank you. This is a huge undertaking, and I appreciate and respect all of the care and the thought that's gone into this. It's very complicated, it's very detailed, it's thorough, it's never going to make everybody happy because these are very unideal circumstances. And I think that this is a thoughtful, pragmatic approach to how we conduct schooling in the safest way possible come this fall. I do have a bunch of questions. So my first one is, if campuses are going to reopen in October, can't we start planning now to be able to hold as many classes and extracurricular activities and other school activities outside?
Well, I know we're making those plans, yes. We've talked, I'll speak for athletics because those mentioned, we talked about no parents, but Coach Walsh is looking at the video equipment we use is called Huddle, and doing live streaming of our athletic events so, parents can watch from home. We've talked about where the courtyard, how we're gonna look at the courtyard. We might need to do some shading. I think somebody has asked us about stuff so we can have outdoor classes and things like that. So the principals have begun working with maintenance department to look at the campuses and how we can meet social distancing guidelines within. So I don't want you to think they're not planning on it. They are planning. But like Mr. Wyatt, who's in the room here, and he can wave, he's been meeting with Bonham, with Hernandez, with different schools on planning what that looks like. So they are starting to work on that.
I mean, I just think that would be great if we could use that as the model, that we flip the classroom so that we have outdoor classrooms whenever possible. Because I know that we're doing the maintenance on the AV system, but I just don't trust that we actually have the knowledge and the standards that we know to guarantee that those classrooms are going to be able to be safe. So I mean, encourage me as a parent and as a community member and as a trustee in terms of sending my own students back to school if I knew that 90% of their day was going to be outside. Then I'm wondering why we're requiring teachers to be in their classrooms during the remote teaching period.
Well, I think not a lot of people have the opportunity that teachers have right now, like in this community. Mr. Arredondo's mentioned community members who are out of work. And, you know, there's a reason why teachers and educators are first responders legally by law. Like there's a reason for that. And we have to have our people, you know, we have teachers that don't have access. I don't have access. I have sporadic access. And being in the building in a safe, socially distant, appropriate manner, we've ordered 500 webcams. We've are making our classrooms the most available for our staff. And so they have to come to be available for our families, in some cases, who don't have the same choices that they do. And, you know, it's a fine line working with teachers who have a medical issue. They can work through the system. The system works, right? The system is if they go to HR and we do a reasonable accommodation, just as we would, let's say if they broke a leg and they couldn't be on the second floor, we would adjust for them. But they need to be, I think the great majority of them want to be back on campus, and our facilities are the best place for that, to be available for our families, because you know, they just need to be back. They need to be back. You know, we need to model for our community how to do things the right way. And you know, part of this is we're going to have videos here in the future of what the model classroom that I think goes to what you had talked about as far as being safe, what outdoor spaces look like. We're going to start putting those videos out so the community can see that and get comfort. But it's you know, our maintenance people, our custodians, cafeteria workers, they've been back. They've been back. It's time for our teachers to start the process of coming back. Many of our teachers have already been back because they've been helping us with delivery of food, technology, getting computers back. So they've been back. It's just time for us to be that stabilizing force for this community. And quite honestly, as a taxpayer, there are a lot of people that don't have the same luxuries teachers have right now. And we need not, I'm saying this as superintendent, this is not anybody else. We need not ruin the goodwill teachers have worked so hard to build over the last 2 years, right? We're going to take care of our people. We're going to make sure that they're taken care of, but we've got to get back to work for our kids. We've got to.
Well, I saw my children's teachers at work every day during the time that the buildings were closed. And I think that it's really an insult to teachers who were asking to do so much to that we're not giving them the option of whether or not to be on their campus from their remote classroom while teaching remote. That just doesn't make any sense to me. I think, you know, as employers also, we want to ascribe to the highest of situations and not the lowest common denominator. We want, you know, if it's possible for the job to be done remotely, safely, and competently, I'm not sure why we're not trusting the teachers to make those decisions for themselves. That's really frustrating for me. And then I'm wondering about pre-K through 2. In one of the early slides, it didn't seem to show that there was a remote option for pre-K through 2nd grade. Was that correct?
It's incorrect.
No, there is a remote option. What we do not want is for students pre-K through 2nd grade, as given guidance by TEA, they do not have to participate in 180 instructional minutes. So they can watch a live lesson, then have engagement at home, and that will count for attendance purposes.
Thank you. That wasn't clear to me. But then I thought the Canvas demonstrations were really terrific, and I appreciate that, especially as a parent, a better understanding of how those are going to look and to have an understanding of what my expectations should be for my child. But I wasn't clear, are there no synchronous teaching periods during the elementary school modules?
So when the teachers are in their classroom where they have access to the materials and the other resources, students will be able to follow a schedule that Ms. Owens has been working collaboratively with the parents or with the principals to develop. They will have opportunities for those moments of live instruction. But in the instance of a student needing to work independently because they do not have access during the day, then they will be able to do so. So it's going to be a blended model of synchronous and asynchronous instruction.
So specifically, I thought that one of the things that worked best, both in my own household and from talking to other parents, were having like the morning meetings and the afternoon meetings with the elementary school students on Zoom. Is that something that will be continued?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. And then my last question is it possible for the school district to not only supply every student with the one-to-one device, but also that we do a by grade level determination of the essential school supplies and then do a drop-by pickup for every student to receive whatever school supplies they're going to need for the year at the beginning of the year supplied by the district?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Pearson and Ms. Owens and TLA and everybody up here today, we've determined that it will be best if we do provide the school supplies, and we will start working on like a grab-and-go type distribution.
Great. I think that's really important because I think the last thing we want to do is be encouraging more people to be unnecessarily out of their homes and also placing more of a financial burden on our families because we don't know that there's going to be any additional federal bridge funding for schools or families. And my final note is I was glad to hear you mention early on a move toward some sort of universal citywide municipal broadband, which I'm interested to hear much more about that because I think that that is absolutely critical to the learning process for the entire year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cantu, you're muted.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My question was on testing for learning gaps when our students come back.
So TEA released that we should do beginning of year assessments, either using the materials that we have available or materials that they're going to provide. And that's just so we can see where students have increased gaps. What we can also do is we can go back and use our longitudinal data and determine where those gaps occurred prior to March the 13th. So over previous years, we can do growth assessments and determine exactly what it is that we need to cover. Our curriculum coaches have been going through the curriculum, analyzing areas based on previous assessments and what we will do to assess future learning. So that will occur around week 4 or week 5.
Thank you. Mr. Arredondo? Mr. Arredondo?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. First and foremost, I just want to preface this line of questioning with I fundamentally believe this is going to be the most important thing any of us ever have to weigh in on during our time on the school board. So I have a lot of questions. The first one being, Mr. Superintendent, whoever staff member is qualified to answer this, if a student has a 504 plan or IEP for homebound instruction, will a remote learning satisfy that, or will an employee have to continue going to that student's home for that homebound instruction?
Homebound instruction.
So we're still providing homebound services during remote instruction.
Okay, thank you. My second question is in regards to the teachers returning to campus and being asked to bring their children with them to hang out in their classroom as they facilitate online instruction. As one of the largest employers in the district, I'm wondering, is there anything the ISD can do to provide the support and resources for those employees to stay at home? I understand that they might have issues with internet access and things of that nature, but I would hope that they would be able to remedy that and that we could keep them at home if they so choose to do so. I agree with the superintendent that not a lot of people in this town have that luxury, but I don't think it's a luxury. I think if we can keep people at home and keep them safe and keep them limiting their interactions with the general public, I think we should do that where and when we can. My question for whoever wants to answer it is, does it need to be additional support resources for those staff to stay home? What is preventing them or the ISD from allowing them to work from home?
Well, I mean, it's simply, we need to get people in to train them the right way. I've heard several of y'all talk about fidelity of instruction, and you know what the campus principal works with their community on is typically what we would do in a regular situation. So, I mean, they're coming in for PD so that we can get them trained up, and then at some point, I'm sure HR and that principal will make the determination on what's best to allow them to work from home. But I mean, to have this discussion, you just need to let us do what we need to do. We take care of our people. I don't think that's ever been an issue. We know that these are very untrying times, but we have to ensure right now that we get them trained on the same systems. If not, we will see what happened back in March, and that is you would get complaints that, you know, teacher A is doing this, teacher B is doing this, teacher C is doing this, and it makes it very difficult for the parents to navigate that. And so we want them in August 14th, or August 17th is the PD date, to get them trained up, and then their principal can work with them in HR to accommodate those families and those teachers like we have done for years past.
I appreciate that, Mr. Superintendent. I look forward to hearing how we accommodate teachers. And my concern isn't that they return for PD on the 14th. It's that if we have a teacher who is providing online instruction for the duration of the fall semester, and we're asking them to bring their child in every day to campus because they need access to Wi-Fi, I feel that with the vast resources the ISD has, we can keep those employees at home. Additionally, when it comes to our paraprofessionals who you referenced have been working in the schools, again, I just want to reiterate and echo that any ISD employee who can work from home, the ISD should be doing whatever possible to allow them to work from home, whether they work in HR, whether they work in payroll, wherever they might work across the ISD. I totally understand that frontline workers like custodians and food service employees have been back, and in the month ahead, I'm going to advocate that they get paid time and a half when they have to return to work, feed our children and clean our schools. But I just think as one of the largest employers in the county and in this city, given that the ISD in the top 20 counties across the entire state out of all 250 COVID-19 cases, our organization is doing whatever possible to keep students from home, to keep parents and staff at home, students as well. My last comment on this issue is tonight when we talk about a school calendar and extending the date, I don't know where my colleagues are on this, but I'm ready to vote to allow the superintendent to have the full 8 weeks of online instruction. Personally, individually as a trustee, I think the first grading period should be online for everyone and the families can make a decision. I just think it's too soon given the data that we have to talk about children coming back. And regardless of whether we go online or not, I'm curious as to how athletics will work if for whatever reason we move to a 100% remote instructional model. Will those students just come in after school, or will extracurriculars be meeting? What does that look like?
You want to answer that?
So right now, the TEA guidance is saying, right, that we can have up to the 8 weeks. There are certain classes, including extracurriculars like band and choir and athletics, where students can come in physically for those classes, but they do have to follow the guidelines. There are also some career technology courses that students are able to come in for too as well. So we would just need to follow that guidance accordingly.
Thank you. And I think Ms. Halsey has a question. I see her hand up. But my last comment to that, Dr. Ruiz-Mills, is I understand that TEA has authorized to go 8 weeks online instruction, and I'm supportive of that just based on our 9-week calendar. I guess what I'm saying philosophically is that I'd be comfortable for the first grading period, which would be the 9 weeks, to go online. But if TEA is only given us permission for 8 weeks, then I'm ready to commit that the ISD only to go fully online for the first 8 weeks of class.
And just for clarification, that 8-week guidance is so we can still receive our ADA funding. And so if we go beyond that, we need to ensure that TEA has given recommendations on the process we need to follow to receive that ADA funding. So thank you for your support.
Thanks. I just had two follow-up questions. One, in the presentation on Canvas for secondary students, did I see correctly that students, when they're in Zoom sessions, will be required to show their face in the video?
No, ma'am, that's not true. They do not have to show their face.
Okay, I thought it said that on one of the slides. It was going kind of quickly, but I would be an advocate for saying that that is a good thing to do, to have students, whenever possible, unless there's extenuating circumstances, especially when we're supplying them with one-to-one and with broadband, if there is a synchronous session and they're on Zoom, that students should be, held accountable and looking and seeing their peers and interacting in that way, unless there's some extenuating circumstance. But that would be my preference, and I think that the learning outcomes would be better if that were the case. But my other question is then, if we go back to school, if we have a face-to-face school session starting October 5th, the slides were going really fast, and I'm not sure that I understood what would happen if a student or a teacher tests positive. What's the threshold? Like, how many students does it take to trigger a school closing? The teacher goes into quarantine for how long? Does the whole class go into quarantine? Does the school go into quarantine? I'm very confused as to that roadmap, and I'd appreciate some clarification.
So much like we're serving the students individually, we'll do the same with staff, which is what we've been doing since March. We just literally, we go through this flow chart of a tracking system. Onset of symptoms, asymptomatic, non-symptomatic, symptomatic, so we go through that flow chart with each individual person, and then we walk them through it, and then we address folks that perhaps were exposed, and we address those that tested positive through the whole process. How many days, what's that look like, releases and supports all the way through. If every adult, as an example, if every adult in the household is quarantined, we ensure that, are you all getting what you need? Do you have food? Do you have what you need? So all facets of it. So it's a case-by-case situation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that it's being driven by science and data. And I don't think, though, that I got that slide prior to the meeting. So if we could make sure to get the full copy of that presentation and also to make it available on the website, that would be great. So those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Ms. Cantu, I have a couple more. Okay, I've read her lips. I guess she gave me permission to ask again. Mr. Fernandez, this is in regards to the survey going out to students at a future date. So if I heard correctly, we are going to electronically ask students about their intent to return, or if they need access to support and services online. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so this is the third time I think a board member is asking for it. The survey that was facilitated during the summer, again, I would like to see that information because if I'm not mistaken, over I think 800 to close to 1,000 ISD families had technological challenges this past spring. So I have a lot of concerns about us electronically asking students and parents to weigh in as we talk about returning to school. So one, if you could send me the electronic survey that was facilitated to families earlier this summer. And secondly, going into August and in preparation for the August board meeting, I'm going to ask how we're reaching out to families other than electronically, because the superintendent just said that even our own staff members have issues with Wi-Fi at home. So I think relying on an electronic survey for ISD families is leaving a lot of our most at-risk students and parents out of this process. So again, if you could send me that survey and tell me how you're going to reach out to those families after tonight's meeting, I'd greatly appreciate it.
I can let you know tonight and the rest of the board. So we do have a plan for that. We will never leave out any one of our families, and we'll go to whatever extent we need to contact every single family in the district, and that is our goal for this particular process. So the initial outreach will be electronic. But what we do is once the survey closes, I say quote unquote closes, what we do is we're going to provide a list of students that have not been contacted to the campuses. And what the campuses are going to do are reach out to the family, text, phone, and email. And then if they don't get in contact with us, we'll make a home visit. And then what we'll do is we'll fill out the survey for them using either four of those options. So if they don't have access to a computer and they answer our phone call, we'll ask those questions over the phone and fill out the survey for them. So we're going to do everything we can, utilize every staff member to get in contact with every family, because every family matters.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fernandez, for clarifying that, because it's my understanding, and again, I'll look at the results of the survey that was facilitated earlier this summer, was that we got information from about 2,500 families, and that didn't encapsulate the entire district. Mm-hmm. I know that there was conversations, I believe, in June about how we were going to reach those other ISD families various ways. I know Mr. Wozniak talked about that transportation was going to reach out, and that, hard copies were going to be distributed at food sites. So I'll be interested to see how successful that was in the June survey after it was presented to the board. So thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like for us to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene to get into our consent items. call board meeting on July 6, 2020. Do I hear a motion? Is there a motion? Mr. Arredondo?
I'm sorry.
All right, let's go.
Can't hear you, Miss.
She's been trying. I think she's muted somehow.
I'm sorry about that. I was muted, y'all. I apologize. Will you read the item again, Ms. Cantu? No, she's muted.
We're good now.
She's still muted.
Mute the president.
She's still muted.
That's not a good look.
Now she's gone.
Oh, now she disappeared. Now she's
She's
showing
still
up on the
muted.
bottom. Miguel, can you talk to see if we can hear you?
Yeah, I think y'all can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and while Mrs. Cantu works on her microphone, I'm going to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items A and B as presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Can anyone explain what action is in 7B? I mean, there's nothing in the packet. It just says generic action on matters incident thereto. What are we doing?
Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz?
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
John? This is Juan. This is an agreed motion that we have negotiated with the American GI Forum to simply move the election from May to November. Because as you know, we have a order that states that all your elections would be done in May, but in light of the pandemic, we had to move it to November, and we had to get, we have to get the court's approval since there's an outstanding order. But it's been agreed to by the plaintiff in this case.
And we didn't concede anything in those negotiations, Juan?
No, it's just pretty simple. It's just straightforward, kind of saying the pandemic happened. We were supposed to have elections in May. Now we're moving them to November. We have an outstanding order that says we needed to have them in May. So just need your blessing for it to move them to November. So
Okay, thanks.
pretty straightforward. I'll send you a copy of the motion.
I think the time that we did, the motion was made, it was that for only this election.
Right.
That we were going to revert back to May.
Correct.
But we're over the pandemic.
That should be in the minutes, right? That is
Yes,
in the
it
minutes?
was.
Yes.
Okay.
Good. Okay.
Ms. Cantu or Mr. Superintendent, it's my understanding, based on my recollection, that it was Ms. Cantu who made the motion in May, citing the governor's executive order, citing the extraordinary circumstances, which were the pandemic, and the Hays County Elections Office essentially telling us that they would not facilitate our election if we continued to have it in May. And that's why Ms. Cantu's motion specifically stated and was voted, I think, passed 4-3, to only move the May 2020 elections for single member districts 1, 2, and 3 to November this one year. I understand that procedurally, maybe we should have reached out to the GI Forum first, and this is kind of a retroactive vote. But if it doesn't bind us to do anything outside of the already agreed upon terms of the litigation that happened eons ago, then that's why I'm ready to vote for this and just move on to the rest of the agenda.
Thank you.
She's asking to call the vote.
Yes.
Did she say?
You're on.
Yes.
Yes.
You're still muted, Ms. Cantu.
Okay, you're back, Clem.
I'm back.
I think it's,
All in favor, please raise your hands high because it's hard for me to see you on the dais. It's very dark on my screen?
It's 7-0.
7-0, thank you. We're ready to go into closed session as authorized by section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss consultation with legal counsel regards to real property located at 211 Lee Street, discussion regarding potential personnel appointments, and discussion regarding Central grant application to the city of San Marcos.
Okay.
So all those people that need to leave the room can please leave the room. because the view that I get is very dark. Did y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Can you, I'll wave.
We're not online.
Just making sure she can see me. So can you see me if I put,
At all
in here.
Can y'all turn on more lights in there? It's really, I mean, the video perspective is just really difficult to see what anybody's doing, and the lighting situation is terrible.
Yeah, we've tried to get these things on for the last 4 hours. Something's wrong with the ballast or whatever.
that, Ms. Halsey, that has been my problem, trying to identify who was speaking. I know by seats where everybody is, but in the little view that I get, there's not sufficient lighting to see who's raising their hand. So it has been a difficult meeting in that sense.
Yeah,
Because
also, I know that there's issues. All the mics are hot, just by the way.
Yes.
Are we ready to reconvene into open session? We have an action item that Mr. Arredondo, you want to bring up the action item? I think we were combining A and C.
If we're combining A and C, then I can do that.
Yes.
Okay. Make a motion that we authorize legal counsel administration to negotiate an interlocal agreement and lease in support of the Central Community Block Development Grant application to the City of San Marcos and or as discussed in closed session. That's.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. And I have a question. Is that C? That C that you
It's
just mentioned?
combining A and C.
But you can't, but the other's about real property? Oh,
So I didn't know if it was the perspective of the board that we take both of those items separate. I didn't want to tie them both together if that wasn't what everyone wants.
it seems to me like it needs to be separate.
well, they
And
were
I'll-
separate. He didn't mention A.
They did.
That's what Mr. Cruz suggested when we were talking, that he said we had discussed both of them, but we can take the A first.
Okay, that's the real property with the gentleman that presented to us before. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
So what's
thank
the
you.
motion?
Okay, well then I'll try this again. This is for item A. So I'll make a motion that we authorize the superintendent or his designee to enter into negotiations with, just one second, Streamline Advisory Partners LLC and El Centro regarding the redevelopment, the proposed redevelopment of 211 Lee Street, San Marcos, Texas. And that's my motion.
I'll second. I'll second.
Ms. Villapando, you still seconding?
And so to clarify the intent of this motion for my colleagues and anyone watching at home is this is only authorizing the administration to enter into discussions with the developer regarding his proposed development in collaboration with El Centro. My intent is not to bind the ISD or Centro or the developer into any type of arrangement tonight. This is just authorizing the administration to enter into more formalized discussions with the support of the board.
We're ready for the vote. All in favor? I have
5-4.
5-2.
5-2.
And 2 against. Well,
Who voted against?
Well, you didn't say
had
that.
asked against.
Okay, 5 in favor. Who's against? Raise your hands if you're opposed. So we have 2 opposed?
Costilla and Hanson.
Okay, Ms. Cantu, for the next motion, I move that we authorize legal counsel and the administration to negotiate an interlocal agreement and lease in support of El Centro's grant application to the City of San Marcos as discussed in closed session.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ms. Villalpando seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Raise your hand, please, if you're in favor. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I cannot see Ms. Costilla or Mr. McLaughlin.
It's everyone.
7-0.
7-0. Is that y'all are off the screen?
Ms. Cantu, I would like to move that we approve Ms. Maricela Passmore as principal of DeZavala Elementary.
Very
I'll
good.
second.
Second, Ms. Villalpando. All in favor? Raise your hand, please.
It's everyone.
Is that 7?
Yes.
Any opposed? Thank you.
There's nobody opposed.
Hi.
She's on.
Items for action.
Congratulations.
Is she present?
Yes.
Hi.
So we can congratulate her?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm excited to serve San Marcos Consolidated ISD and DeZavala Elementary.
Welcome aboard. Happy to have you.
Thank you.
Item 10, items for action. Consider adoption of the resolution to identify hazardous conditions within 2 miles of a school campus. We all received this report.
I move that we approve the resolution as stated.
I'll
second.
that motion.
Mr. Arredondo seconds, Ms. Hanson motions.
I have a quick, I guess, comment and question.
Question?
Mr. Superintendent, historically, Mr. Wozniak and staff have done a phenomenal job of communicating these hazardous locations to the city of San Marcos and its engineering department and transportation departments. I just want to kind of echo my compliments at staff's work historically in that. And if at a future meeting we can discuss maybe like an update of what those conversations have, what fruit have come out of those conversations, because I think even as recently as last year, we saw the city of San Marcos put in significant street and sidewalk improvements around Mendez Elementary School based on the approval of this item. So hopefully we can formally have an update in regards to where those conversations are in the future after we approve this tonight.
Thank you for saying
Ready for the, was someone going to speak up? Was anyone else making a comment?
Yes.
Mr. Arredondo, thank you for saying that. Mr. Montana has met with the city. I've met with them once, and he's met with them for the second time this year. And they had their budget fixed starting July. They come out with a new budget, so we already have their ear as far as what we need as a school district, and they've got that on their list to begin working with us to go down that punch list.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wozniak. I appreciate it. And please let your staff know as well.
All ready for the vote? All in favor? Please raise your hands. And I can't see.
7-0.
7-0. Thank you. Consider approval of interlocal agreement between San Marcos CISD and the City of San Marcos acting by and through the San Marcos Police Department for school resource officers.
I'll make a motion to approve the interlocal agreement.
I'll second.
I'll second.
I hear a second from Mr. Arredondo.
No.
Mr. Moves.
I have a couple of questions regarding the contract with the city of San Marcos, Ms. Cantu.
Go ahead and ask them.
Mr. Cardona, without knowing, obviously we received the reopening plan and we're all hoping for the best, but preparing for every eventuality. If we were to go 100% remote instruction, what would these SROs be doing if we wouldn't have anyone on the campuses?
They actually would probably be assigned to check on campuses as part of their duties, but they would also work within the city during the day. I know that I think the police department right now is down some police officers, so they would assist with the local policing needs.
So we would be,
Can we change the start date for them to coincide with the start of school, say September 8th? Can that be done on that contract?
The only change to the contract you received is that it broadened the language to just cover the school year, so it doesn't list a specific date at this time.
I would be in support of amending the contract to reflect the new start date of school, which I suppose would be September 8th. Additionally, there was language in the original contract that we received from staff that said the SROs can provide reports of ongoing investigations to the superintendent. It didn't say they shall. It kind of left it ambiguous to what they could or couldn't do. Is that the current language that's presented to us still?
So as superintendent, I get reports on every student that's tied to San Marcos CISD. So I get reports from our San Marcos SROs, Travis County, Sheriff's Department, Guadalupe County, Caldwell County. Anytime any of our students, I get an email. And so if I see something, I read all the emails. If I see something that has to do with like a mental health crisis, so the San Marcos will let us know when there's a kid that has some mental, needs some support. And then I forward that to Dr. Reese Mills and April Mustafa, our Director of Guidance, so that they can follow up with those students. But we still get reports from their Sergeant Mazanin is every morning we get reports on anything happening in and out of school that we need to be aware of to support the kids.
Okay.
So would it be an issue if we change shall to will in bullet 13.0, where it says all SROs shall? Can we say all SROs will share any information?
Well, I mean, I know that the city attorney and Juan Cruz, they get the contracts and they go over them, so they do their legal stuff. So we'll pass that on.
Ms. Halsey? Ms. Halsey?
Yes, thank you. So given that it's very unlikely that our campuses will be at capacity this year, and that the San Marcos Police Department is understaffed currently, and that we're going to have increased mental health needs amongst our students and our teachers and our staff entirely, is it not feasible that we could reduce the number of SROs by at least 2 and reallocate that money to start to begin to address those mental health needs, like, per se, a therapist on the high school campus?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend that as superintendent. I would, however, say that, we do have communities in school that's also an additional support that's going to be at the high school, also at both middle schools, Travis and Crockett Elementary School. So even though we're shifting our plan, CIS is still planning. Actually, their CEO just sent us an email saying that they're going to start ramping up that process to address some of the things you're talking about to help some of our campuses. So, I mean, I don't know which 2 campuses you choose to cut. I personally would not. I think we found the funds to support the SEL, but if you want to give us some more money to hire some more, we'd be more than happy to take that.
I mean, I just think that, we just said that we were going to not be on campuses until the first week in October, correct? And so are we going to be paying that portion of the SRO's salaries while they're working for the city of San Marcos? That seems very confusing and like slightly unnecessary, and that the resources could be better used to support the mental health needs of our community.
We pay the salaries during summer when they're not with kids. So, I mean, it's not really any different than what we normally do already. So.
Could we have one officer splitting time between the 2 middle schools?
I mean, I wouldn't be supportive of that. I think just from my interaction at the middle schools, at Miller, where I run into the SRO quite a bit, he seems to be rather integral. I wouldn't think a half day would be effective from just where I sit.
Yeah, so Ms. Dre just informed me that the officer that's
So we
specifically...
reduce the,
Go ahead.
could we reduce the officer that is assigned to all the elementary schools and increase the mental health resources for the elementary schools?
We don't
have
one
that's assigned to elementary at all.
I thought we had one that floated amongst the various elementary schools.
They work that out amongst themselves to support the elementaries, the officers themselves. The officer that it's at Lamar is actually part of the STOP grant, so he's grant funded, and he specifically was hired to help with mental health at Lamar. That's why he was hired, because he takes a more therapeutic approach than sometimes the other ones. So we don't have a assigned officer to the elementaries. They just help out as we.
Okay, so then could you just clarify where all the SROs are located, please?
2 at the high school, 1 at each middle school, and then 1 at Lamar, who's grant funded.
So it's actually 4.
5.
So we actually have 3 at the high school,
We have two at the high school.
but Lamar's at the high school.
No, Lamar's.
Oh,
over here.
at Lamar, not Phoenix. My bad. I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
So in regards to the budget outlay for this item, how much is this contract costing the ISD?
We budget $200,000 for SROs per year.
So it says that we are covering 50% of the cost, so these police officers are making $100,000 apiece? I'm just trying to understand the outlaid budget and then the contract saying the ISD needs to prepare to absorb 50% of the cost. So based on $200,000 budget for 4 police officers at 50% covering by the ISD, forgive me if my math is wrong.
I think it covers their equipment, their training, the vehicle, all their training. It's not just their
So
salary.
the contract says that the police department would cover the cost of their vehicles and equipment and uniform. So again, I'm just kind of confused at projected budgetary outlay for this item and how we're covering 50% of the cost for 4 police officers.
It's
like an itemized breakdown of this, or just 4 police officers, $200,000, and that's kind of it.
I mean, we can get it for you if you would like, but it hasn't changed since I've been on the board. I think you've gotten it before.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up, and I think this is for Dr. I can't see who's in the gallery, if the principals are there, if the principals, whoever. How many full-time counseling positions did we have at San Marcos High School during the last budget year? And how many full-time counseling positions are going to be there this upcoming fiscal year?
5, 6 to 5.
It's 5. It was 5, it's still 5.
So there are 5 full-time counselors at the high school currently. Are there open positions? Are they all filled?
We have an open position, I think.
Okay, and so when we talk about how many counselors are there now, those are all 4 academic counselors, or do those include social and emotional counselors as well?
We have 5 counselors, 1 social emotional counselor, communities in school coming in, plus you have the Greater San Marcos Commission on Youth puts 2 counselors on there. We actually have about, when you count the interns, it's actually like 8 or 9.
Okay, well, with that response, I would like a listing of the counselors and what their roles and responsibilities are on the campus.
Does that have to do with this item?
Can that be agenda
Yeah,
prep
I'm
or
just
something?
saying at a future date, I'll request it via email, but if Mrs. Halsey, in regards to this agenda item, talked about investing in social and emotional and other support services, and the answer was that it's taken care of and that it's already staffed accordingly, so I would like to see how that is being taken care of and staffed.
So are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Consider approval of interlocal agreement between San Marcos CISD and the City of San Marcos. All in favor?
6,
All of us
5,
here.
5, 4.
5-2?
Opposed?
5-2. Who's opposed?
Raise your hand, 5-2, okay.
2 opposed.
Who is that, Miguel and Ann?
Yes.
Seem redundant, yes.
Item C, consider endorsement to fill a position on the TASB Board of Directors. If you remember, we've already nominated Margie Villalpando to fill that position, to run as a candidate for that TASB Board of Directors. Now we need to decide if we want to endorse her, and I would hope that we're going to endorse Margie.
Yeah, I'll make
Yes.
a motion that we endorse Ms. Villalpando for this
I
position.
second.
Mr. McLaughlin made the motion. Who seconded it?
Me.
Ms. Hanson.
Ms. Hanson. Okay, thank you. All in favor?
It's everyone here.
7,
7-0.
Yay!
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Margie.
Consider possible modification of the 2020-2021 approved school calendar.
I
This
move
is what
that we,
got in our presentation.
I move that we approve the modified calendar.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion.
Ms. Villalpando seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? 6, 7, 7-0. Consider approval of board meeting calendar for 2020-2021 school year. We had to make a correction, and so that's why we're bringing it back to you. All in favor of the change
Will someone
of
make
the
a
new
motion?
calendar?
I
Raise
move
your
that we
hand.
approve the calendar.
I'll second. Ms. Hanson motion, me second.
Ms. Hanson made the motion, Mr. McLaughlin second. All in favor?
That's all
Do
of
we have-
us here.
6, 4.
Okay, thank you. Was,
Did Mr. Arredondo vote?
That means 6 for the vote.
Yes,
yeah,
I-
Oh, 6 FOR.
For.
who did not vote?
Mr. Dondo.
I've raised my hand, but
He voted.
7. When you say 6-4, I'm thinking FOUR.
7.
What?
Consider approval of the TASB delegate and alternate. I'll entertain a motion for TASB delegate.
I'll make a motion that we nominate Margie Villalpando to serve as the ISD TASB delegate and Ms. Cantu to serve as the alternate.
Can you do both if you win director? Ms. Villalpando?
That doesn't take.
Maybe we should just take the delegate first. Okay.
I was going to second that motion.
For the TASB delegate.
I'm
Okay.
fine nominating Trustee Villalpando and Trustee Cantu, and if, hopefully, when Mrs. Villalpando gets elected to the TASB board, it comes back to us at a future date to reappoint somebody, or because Ms. Cantu is the alternate, she would just serve as the TASB delegate. So I made a motion.
So for right now, the motion is Ms. Villalpando for the delegate and Ms. Cantu for the alternate. All in favor? Is it 7?
7-0.
7-0. Consider an order calling an election to be held on November 3rd, 2020 for the purpose of electing trustees for District 1 and District 3.
I move that we approve this.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second, moved by Ms. Hanson, seconded by Ms. Villalpando. Any discussion, questions? All in favor?
7-0.
7-0. Consider resolution to participate in joint election to be held on November 3rd, 2020.
I'll move that can we just combine these? Is there any reason we can't?
Yes, we could do H-I-J.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we participate in the joint election and approve the contracts with Hays County and Guadalupe County.
I'll second that motion.
Who was the second?
Me?
Ms. Villalpando?
So, all in favor? Is it 7?
7-0.
7-0. So we took care of H, I, and J. Consider approval of Board Policy 115 FFE.
I move that we approve this policy.
I'll second.
Ms. Hanson, was that you that made the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
And second, who was second?
Mr. Arredondo?
Arredondo. Any discussion or question? All in favor?
No, I have a question.
Well, Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that this policy update from TASB will explicitly prohibit the district from any discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. I would like us to consider adding, at least as it pertains to policies FFH local and DIA local, I'd like the board to consider amending that policy slightly and to adding, wherever it says sexual orientation and gender identity, also add the 2 words "and expression," so that it would be discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. And then the second thing is, I'm not sure how this addresses that same issue in DAA legal, and was hoping perhaps Ms. Baez could explain that, or would it need to come to the board at a different time?
Ms. Baez.
So it's in.
Sorry, Dr. Baez.
Yeah.
Yes, DIA local. Are you saying DIA local?
DAA.
Oh, okay. So,
DAA legal.
Yes.
so the legal is, you can change the policy in local and add an expression if that's what y'all just decide to do, but it's in the last email I sent about the annotated comparison, but the words "and expression" are not in that under discrimination, so you all can choose to add that if you'd like.
But that would
Right, but I missed the annotated expression for DAA legal, that it was in, that is the list where it prohibits the district from refusing to hire or discharging any individual, et cetera, on race, color, national origin, sex, religion, age, disability, or genetic information. But I didn't see that there was an amendment in this policy to that. Did I miss it?
No.
Yeah, just so I make sure I understand you, Ms. Halsey, you're asking if in DAA legal, we can match what you just said in DIA local. You're trying to match the language, is that correct?
Yes, I can see where the policy update changes those first 2 policies to include that information, the language that came from the court case, right? But I don't see that this policy update from TASB amends DAA legal to reflect the same court decision.
We'll get with TASB tomorrow and then we'll send y'all an update, is that okay? On DAA?
Yes, that's fine.
On DAA legal?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I hear you.
So I would ask then for a friendly motion to add those 2 words into the language that is being suggested by TASB.
Okay.
A friendly amendment.
Change legal, right?
Who made the motion? Who made the motion?
We
I
can't
don't think
change
anyone made the
legal,
motion yet to approve it, did they?
Yes, Ms. Hanson made a motion.
but we can't, my understanding is we can't change legal. We could put that in local, but we can't change the legal policy.
So we're going to follow up with them to make sure that.
They're not legal.
Mr. Cardona is going to follow up just to see what can be done, but at this point, we cannot change legal.
We can't, what came from TA, from this policy.
I want to hear from Mr. Cruz on that versus somebody's understanding of what is legally allowed or not. Again, I think we have legal counsel to answer that question, but if it is allowable, I would second Ms. Halsey's motion to amend the policy in legal to reflect her proposed amendment. And if it's not allowable by some law, then it is void.
But can we tonight amend the local policy to reflect that more inclusive language?
Are we approving local policy or just
I
legal?
think you're approving the local
I thought
policies.
this board, the board policy that came to us.
An
as we
update
change local policy, I would think we would
affects
have,
both the local and the legal.
they would have to be two separate things, wouldn't they?
I can amend my
All these are local.
request.
What would you amend it to, Ms. Halsey?
I would ask for a friendly amendment to add to FFH local, the two words "and expression" in the clause that explicitly prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity and expression.
You're referencing page 1 of 7 on DIA local, correct? In the blue, under discrimination. So I can read it to the board. I can read it.
FFH local and DIA local, I think,
Yes, DIA local.
and FFH local, those two are the ones being amended by this policy 115. One applies to students and one applies to staff, and I would like to have both of them amended to be more inclusive.
Yes.
So what does the amendment say?
She's
To add
adding
the two
words.
words "and expression"
Correct. It says,
among the laundry list of things you cannot do in those two categories. I don't know who the motion and the second were, so I don't. It's your motion, right, Ms. Hanson?
No, that's correct.
We have to vote on the amendment first.
We have a motion right now.
You have to vote on the amendment first.
Well, if it's a friendly amendment, then it can just be accepted.
No, it has to be voted on.
That's new. Okay.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment being added to the motion, raise your hand. Are there any hands down there? Was Mr. Cardona, was anybody on the dais voting?
there's no hands up right now.
So
Okay,
just to understand what what failed to pass was adding and
Expression.
gender expression. So that was proposed to add that to local policy and it failed right now, correct?
Right. So
Okay,
now
thank you.
let's vote on the original motion. All in favor
Of the motion, right?
of the original motion, the approval of board policy 115,
Of the original motion.
the original motion.
4, 5, 6.
2, 6, and one opposed? All opposed?
I'm abstaining. I'm abstaining until we hear back from Juan Cruz.
Okay. So we've approved this motion, and administration will check with legal counsel to see if that can be added on the local level.
I
Is that
move that
correct?
we adjourn.
Second.
Ms. Villapando?
I move that we adjourn, and Ms. Villapando seconded.
All in favor?
Me-
7-0.
That should be 7. And none opposed, the meeting's adjourned at 10:22.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu.
Thank you, Ms. Halsey. Thank you, Mr. Redondo.
It was
And thank you, Ms. Villapando.